Okay, I think I didn't have my audio connected, but it is now. Here we go. All right. Gentlemen, we're in for a treat. We've got a big afternoon planned here, starting with Graham Tuttle. Graham is the Barefoot Sprinter on Instagram, and he's done very well for himself as the Barefoot Sprinter. He was doing well before that. He had a gym, and he was doing good things there. He'd set up as a nice lifestyle business. But he's been able to transition himself across the country to live in California since building his online business. He has a deep passion for making quality video, writing quality copy, building quality programs. He is an infinite explorer of new possibilities and better ways of doing things, not just in the fitness realm, but in all areas of life. So we're in for a treat. Whenever he opens up his library of ideas, there's always good things there. So questions will be welcome. Discussion will be welcome. I'd love to see some more cameras on to start if that's an option for you. There'll be a few more jumping in, but welcome, Graham Tuttle.
There you go. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have people listen to me. I love to talk, so I always take every opportunity I can. So quick show of hands, who's a coach in general, like online coach or fitness coach or stuff, or are there people that, stuff like that? It's okay. And then in general, like other businesses, brands and stuff, I don't know, like clothing and things like that. Just to get a good feel, is that generally the audience, mostly fitness health coaches, or are they anybody building like a physical brand, stuff like that, products?
Across the whole group, there are some physical products. It's mostly like health related. Everyone has the athletic desire, but some work in software. There's software engineers and guys from other backgrounds, but then they tend to be black belt BJJ or CrossFit athletes or something. But they have sometimes a different profession. Most are interested in building a business in something related to fitness.
All right. Okay, good. So we'll cover in this process, in this discussion, it's kind of a broad thing, but we'll cover kind of what is a transition from starting off to like in person, which is really where almost everything starts, to what it could look like to have a successful online presence. So just note a few things. This is my experience, my bias, my opinion. So I don't expect this to be prescriptive for everybody across the board, but I do think that there are enough universalities that will be consistent for you to make it valuable. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to save those, and we will cover them at the end. All right. We're so good to see that. So from brick and mortar to successful online business, broadly speaking, this is the process. In general, you start off and you build it in person. Okay. So this is something that you're all at this level. You're doing something for someone. And if you think about what it is that attracts people to you, it's generally some form of mimetic desire, which, if you want to understand people and study psychology, Rene Girard's mimesis, his mimetic desire philosophy, which is that we don't want things, we want to be things. People see you present something that they want to be, and it's not that they necessarily want to have the car, they want to be the way they feel. They want to be the way they think that you feel. So if I see Keegan moving around the country or the world and having a very a broad impact on the world and be able to meet people and have a lot of fame or whatever, I want to be what I think he feels like. So most of what you start off doing is because other people are attracted to you, and generally there's some interest you have as well. So there's two parts here, which is you're interested in something inherently, whether that's sports, exercise, fitness, health, understanding your blood work, or you have a problem you're trying to solve for yourself. Whether you're building benches for your kitchen table to eat at, whether you just like to cook, whatever it is, something about you has been called forth that you do, and you create some expression of competence with that, and people are drawn to you. Okay. You start to work with people. They'll start to ask you for things. This gives you a set of feedback about what works and what doesn't, because you're working with people, you're doing something, you're getting enough criteria and raw data. And so over time, you get a feel for the problem that you're working with and you see consistencies. And eventually you'll see a new angle on that issue that for whatever reason, the mainstream approach in this is rampant health, the mainstream approach isn't covering it or it's wrong. And so this is where you get the idea of breaking paradigms. And so to use an example that's pretty ubiquitous, Ben Patrick, the knees over toes guy, was the one. There were many people that talked about squatting. I mean, every Olympic lifter squatted with their knees over the toes, but he was the one that brought it forth and broke the paradigm from a mainstream approach. So understand that from the transition from what you do in person to online is generally going to be taking a specific angle at something. And so you're either doing something for somebody, you're building a product for somebody, or you're educating them in something that isn't working for them. When you're in person, you can get away with a lot more of this kind of soft touch stuff. So there's so much that people underestimate about how the energy of your exchange, you're talking to people, you're meeting them. It's like you can be a very subpar coach in terms of your education and your expertise, or a very subpar, I don't know, chef, for example. Most of you go home, and if you live with someone, you have a significant other, and they make you food, you're going to eat it just because it's there and it's in proximity. But if you go out and pay for it, it's because someone's good at it. So understand that a lot of what you do for people at the beginning is not necessarily because you're good at it. It's just because you're close and you're in proximity and you're an order taker. So if you want to make the branch to going online, you have to start to narrow down what it is that you're attacking and focusing on that. And that really only happens after you get the repetitions. So that is where you start to think about honing in on what it is that you're doing, this idea of building it better. So you're taking a subset of things. So for example, if you think about all that goes into being a health and fitness coach, okay, you could have everything from teaching someone how to squat, to teaching them how to breathe, to teaching them mindset and psychology, to running form, to health, nutrition habits, to lifestyle, to basic discipline, to understanding blood work. I mean, the set of possibilities is very broad. And even just the fact that you're talking to them, you have a set of motivation things that are there. So if you're going to go online, the internet kind of functions like you would if you were out in the Amazon. There are so many things that are there. You need very clear signals on what to pay attention to. And so when you're in the Amazon or any true rainforest or in the wild, so to speak, you look for plants that are brightly covered, animals that stick out, loud noises and sounds. So you're on alert. When people are on the internet, they're in a very contracted, sympathetic mode that gets them in a stressed state. So they are looking for clear signals. Your job is not to be at the beginning. You can kind of work your way there once you have people that listen to you and are bought into the message. But at first, you are very clear. You're very direct. You speak clearly. You're not nuanced. You're just saying this is right, this is wrong. Now, of course, that creates the setting that we all hate eventually on the internet, but it's how you start off, which is I have one specific message. If you notice, and I also have to give credit, Keegan, is the idea that pointing out the whole barefoot sprinting thing was unique, gave me the idea of the barefoot sprinter for the name, gave me the idea for the foot program. So if you need a brilliant $1 million idea, always ask Keegan. He's got about 15 hiding in his brain at any one time. But point is, you find out something that makes people think, that's interesting. The idea of breaking a paradigm. So for me, it was, you don't need to wear shoes all the time, and your feet are actually pretty strong and resilient on their own. It gets people's attention, gets them to listen. You are demonstrating something, one thing that's very clear that people catch on to. If you're building a product, there's a whole level of aesthetic things. It could be attractive. It could solve a problem. You could, there's as seen on TV. When you go to as seen on TV, the old school, actually, I guess young kids probably don't know what this is, but if you know what the as seen on TV commercials are, they're one person who has a problem. Help, I fall and I can't get up. Here's a life alert. It does one thing. It has a button that does one thing. Your job is to create that level of consistent relationship with the people that are listening to. Very simple, very focused, and your job is to build a better solution for the problem you choose. Now, there is no binary switch from my experience that you go from doing something completely in person to doing something completely online. You chip away at this stuff with soft commitments, meaning you can make a soft commitment, which is like, I'm not 100% here, but I'm going to be there. So I made a soft commitment to move to California by coming and traveling out here every other week. And so you start to kind of put more and more of your life into this thing. So soft commitments are, I don't quit my job and get rid of all my clients. I start spending the hours after after work, the 5 to 9 hours, so to speak, you start chipping away, you start building it, you start writing. You wake up in the morning, you spend time after work, and you start thinking about this thing. You're writing about it. You're working on a prototype. You're building a new model. You're making content. Whatever it is, you're doing something above and beyond to try and understand this problem and to communicate it better. The way you stay motivated is to build it for someone. So, this is where I think it's always important that you build it for yourself. You build it. Almost every great product you've seen is someone that just says, I wish I had had this 5 years ago. I wish I could use this, or I need to solve this problem now, or I need this thing. And if you can't make it, you literally can't make anybody happy, but you can make you happy. So you can build it for you. And if you're building something for you that you truly understand every in and out of the process, that keeps you on the track to make something special, because you understand all the little things of like, they made this perfect and I get it. So this is the idea of, you can't hack your way to success. I mean, you might be able to go and fake it. The idea of fake it till you make it, in a sense of, you can act like, there's a few different understandings of that phrase, but the idea of like faking it, like being something you're not, like truly, like you just aren't interested in it. Like you can go to impress other people, to look a certain way. You can, be successful for a season, meaning you make some money, but it's not going to be a career. And the way I look at this stuff is that you want to build something that gives you a lifelong pursuit of interesting work. And I think that's really important. So in this process of doing this, you're starting to get a better understanding of the thing you're doing, and you're getting a better knowledge, and you're driving and you're building it along that route. Again, build it for you. So this is a more nuanced aspect, but I think it's important, because when we think about the idea of what it means to have a successful online business, a lot of it gets distilled down to just money. And you say, how are you successful? It's like, how much money do you have? It's like, the unfortunate reality is that not all things pay equally. And you may, be currently Zach Bryan, who's this like famous country singer that loves to write songs and sing. He just has a skill set that people want to go and spend a few $100s, and thousands of people want to go watch him play music. You might just like pottery. You might just like, archery. You might like something that just really engages you, and you want to learn to do that. So you have to define what success means for you, because if you only think success means money, you're going to always think you're unsuccessful. It may also mean lifestyle improvements, access to brands, meeting new people, time freedom, work freedom, meaning you get to choose what you work on, location freedom. I'd say, personally, from a perspective, having a bunch of followers doesn't make you feel any different. It literally, when you look at the thing on the number and it says 2,000, it will feel no different than when it says 300,000. And I can imagine project forward to 1 million or whatever. Like, you don't feel different as a person. It's just a thing. There's an excitement of like, the number is getting bigger, but the perception of that is different than actually making money. You don't just make money just because you have followers. And a lot of people have a lot of followers and don't know how to monetize it. And I don't make much money from social media. What social media does is give me prestige. And it's part of the reason many of you are here. If you didn't know me before, you think, this guy's got a big following, so I'll go pay attention to him. So there's a certain prestige. And you can get access to people and friends and like-minded resources and mentors. And there's so many things that go into being success that you might be making less than the average wage in your location, but you can do what you want to do. So, for example, I go out and I'll play soccer with just like practice working on foot skills and like building programs and just, like, exploring ideas. And I'm out on a field playing with a soccer ball in the middle of the day. And I think probably people look at me and I'm struggling with a soccer ball because I'm not that skilled at it yet, but they'll probably think of like I'm a goofball, but I'm like, I'm doing the thing I love to do in the middle of the day. There's a certain freedom in that. So understand that, success, you really have to build this thing that it fits you. And there's times and seasons where you have to kind of dig deep and build something that's, like put the foundation down and do the hard work and something you hate, so to speak. But ultimately, like, it has to be in service of something that really makes your life better. Like, I would rather be making just enough working on the stuff I love than being rich working on stuff I don't care about. And that's how I'm wired. But I don't know anyone who's truly well-rounded. By well-rounded, I mean like their family, their health, their business, their what do you call that? Their social standing in their society, like their overall psychology, who's successful in those things, that thinks differently. They find something that they love and they're really just, they're content and happy. We just tend to favor the big success stories where we say, so-and-so does the thing they love and they're, making millions of dollars every month. And that, I'm not saying you have to sacrifice either of those things. I'm just saying that if you go into this thing with this outcome driven pursuit as opposed to a process driven pursuit, you will run yourself into the ground and you will not be able to last the test of time. And then, how successful is that? So, understanding when we're talking about building a successful business, you have to be clear about what success means to you. As you get more clarity on this process, there is an iterative process of building it and breaking it, meaning you get feedback and it makes your solution better. So in the example of you're building a program and you're selling a program, it's very clear. Like, okay, I'm working with clients. I see a specific angle that most people are missing. I have a better solution to it. It's either most people don't understand this or I can do it better. Whatever the product is, whatever, it does not matter. You're making slant boards and you realize that they're breaking in the middle. So you get feedback from people and it makes your solution better. There are so many hats you're wearing. And so you have to kind of bounce around. So it's not all just get to play product creator or play whatever the thing you do. You have to do a bunch of different things. So part of it is understanding you need to be able to have many skills. So like, this is the big thing. Doing what you love doesn't mean you love everything you do. Like I love jujitsu, but I don't love coming home and having to deal with the laundry. Like there's just things you have to do. They're ancillary support roles, but there's a whole other set of skills that once you realize I really want to do this thing, but in order to continue to do this thing, I have to support it. And so this is a big thing of understanding copy. Now, I do think that you can get really carried away in copy and it makes it, people want to sell you what they think is the most important part. And if you get caught up in copy, then you could sit there writing this amazing copy. And I get emails all the time from people who think that their fancy copywriting is going to get me to pay attention to them. There's a lot of other things that go into signaling success or signaling, let's say, value. Copy is very important and learning how to do it, but you can get a very cursory understanding that's solid. This book will teach you how to write better. If you do nothing else other than buy that book and read it, it's maybe 50 pages. It's incredibly simple. It's written by a copywriter. It's very, very focused on very succinct, clear things. This book will teach you to write better, clear, direct. It's like $10 for a paperback on Amazon. I read it years ago. Absolutely loved it. And you will be able to take 3 or 4 things from that thing that will, every single thing you do, it's the AIDA: attention, interest, desire, action. That's maybe it's desire, whatever. But that a small little tool can give you a framework that you write, and then boom, you got copy done enough to continue moving on the next page. The problem is that you get stuck in this thing where you keep buying so much copy solution. And don't get me wrong, copywriters are good at writing copy about why you should buy the solution. That's why they're copywriters. But understand that you can go down these things that can take you on side quests that you can learn something. But there's building offers, there's payment processes, there's landing pages, there's delivery mechanisms. So all the different types of products. It could be a course module, it could be a membership, it could be an email delivery. There's so many things to do there. Feedback loops, like getting customers, staying in touch with them, customer support, deliver. There's so many things to go that you need to be able to kind of balance, juggle. So you're always having to throw a ball up in the air, but you're playing with these different things. This is part of the process of letting people know about your process. And so when people know about it, you get feedback, and that feedback eventually will give you enough things to show, I broke the business. So you build it, you break it, you build it, you break it. And so this is part of the process of building a successful business. It's never a one-shot thing. It's a constant iteration, and you're always going to be juggling different spaces. So to underscore this thing is, it's really easy to get caught up in the idea of you get your certification. And so you get, let's say, if you're a personal trainer or coach in the United States, there's like a NSCA and a CSCS, and there's a handful of these things that give you a certification. They want you to go and get continuing education and focus on specialties and focus on these things. And you can get sucked into all these different things. It's like, you need a general personal training certification. Done. Good. I'm pretty sure Ben Patrick, I don't think he graduated college, and I think he barely has a personal training certification. So you need to know enough to get to the next page. And so don't get caught up in these things. There's a lot of software. You find a coach, you can find some support to help get these things down, but you need to understand enough, and then you need to move on, because it's a build it, break it process. And the thing you focus on obsessing about now will be outdated by the time you get to the next round of breaking your business. This is where most people get into the build content stage. Now, if there's one thing that most people misunderstand, it's the content aspect of it. So you have to understand that social media is a full-time job in itself. And this is the hardest part of getting started. So when I was in the transition, you have to be doing your real full-time job to make enough money to afford what you're doing. So that's your brick and mortar part. B, you have to be building the actual business you want to continue to move towards, the online solution you want to sell or direct or create. And C, you have to work on the content, which is creating it in and of itself. So you only have so much priority for so many things. And so in the meantime, you work and you share what you're doing as you go along, because it's good to have some level of practice. You want to get your shitty runs out of the way first, so you're not necessarily, I've got this perfect product that's massive launch and I can't talk in front of the camera. So you do it along the way, but you have to think of it as training. And the worst thing you could do is have an amazing takeoff hit reel or TikTok and have no following, or have nothing else, because you need to practice and get a good sense of who you are so you can step into that role. So understand it's a full-time job in and of itself. And no one is sitting there telling you this is how you get your practice reps in. So if you're in college or in school or in this program or meaning the Uncommon Man process, there's a level of like an internship you're developing, you're going through skills, you're connecting. So you understand that you're in this process. If I go to jiu-jitsu and I'm a white belt, I get that I'm a white belt and there's a coach and there's people walking along. On social media, you can get in there and immediately you're posting right next to, I don't know, Alex Hormozi, and you've got none of the skills to do that. So you can compare yourself in that sense. But what you have to realize is there's going to be years where you're making dozens or hundreds or thousands of videos that suck and they're not good and no one watches them. And you have to realize that it's a process of you getting the reps in. Like in 2020, I spent, 3 months, every single night, 5 days a week, every single night, I was just doing an Instagram live for an hour and a half for like 5 people. And I just did it for an hour and a half. It was just dozens of hours of sitting there, and I would cover a topic. You have to treat yourself like you have 100,000 followers, even when you have 100. And that's hard to learn how to do. And it only happens when you do it. So I'm not saying you have to have this, because you have to understand not everyone's going to be an influencer or hit sensation. It's just not going to happen for everyone by definition of the thing. Not everyone will be above average by definition. Not everyone will be a great or elite. Some people will. And I don't quite know what makes some people pop and other people don't. Maybe you could study there's a science or whatever, but it's like, I think my best hypothesis is that you have a certain calling that of your genius that brings forth. And if it connects with other people, there's other people who said, let your knees go over your toes. There's other people who said you should be barefoot. A lot of people that were smarter or better looking or whatever than me. Something just clicks. So I don't know what to say about that, but I do know that genuine, authentic passion and interest and education and experience and desire shines through in a way that you can't fake that. And that's the hack thing. I don't know how to fake that, but I do know that if you're really focused and dialing in on like building a process, you get an insight that other people just aren't. And so to be clear, I can't speak to building a page for a brand. I know some places like Nike has 306 million followers, but my exposure and experience with social media is that it's about people connecting with people. I think that brands tend to take off in relation to how much people love their product. And so if you are building a physical product or a brand, you have to understand that your product comes first and the quality is the most important. And it might be the first and last. That might be all that matters. And any successful brand really takes off because if you focus on the quality and the experience and does the thing do what it says it's going to do, and that's all you care about, people will talk about it. And, Hormozi says this, the only true exponential thing is word of mouth, because one person tells one person and that two people tell two people and he goes from there. But nothing matters other than your product if you're doing that. And so I think even if you're a coach, we'll talk about this a little bit, like the idea of choose the game you're going to play. And at this point, I don't like playing the game of social media and making your bid. We'll come back to this in a second, but you want to be mindful that your product and your business is what you can control, and that needs to be your priority all the time. Social media can be a useful outlet, but the second you fall into the trap of like, oh, I'm going to be an influencer, do this stuff, you lose track of what you're doing, and then it has a long-term effect on what you're actually able to deliver. In terms of social media, figure out your angle of attack on social media. And if you start it, don't stop. Set a very reasonable 1 to 2, maybe 3 times a week posting, and just stay with that until you are ready to make that a bigger focus. People start off, they do way too much. You hear Hormozi, again, you use him because I think he's doing successful right now and is a ubiquitous example. But, he talks about Grant Cardone. He has a meeting with Grant Cardone and says, why are you growing so much more? And Grant Cardone says, how many times you post today? And Hormozi says once. And he goes, well, I posted 14 on 3 different platforms. Guess what? They have people they can pay to do that stuff. The Gary Vee thing will burn people out quicker than anything else. People used to do the Gary Vee, document it, share everything all the time, 100 pieces of content a day. Good luck, unless you're trying to build other things. And again, it's success. Be mindful of these things. As if you need to be able to play this in the long term. Like that's a huge thing. You have to outlast and learn, because even if you could get 1,000, 100,000 followers today, you don't have a product that's good. You don't have anything to offer them. You have nothing to deliver. You are not ready for that. If you're ready for it, you would have it. And so understand, if you don't have it, you're not ready for it. So keep working on the thing that you can control and the thing that matters. So I don't know if this is an oversimplification, but I do think that there's only two things you could do on social media. There's educate or entertain. The entertainment can be broken down to, and I'm not saying these are mutually exclusive either. The best people do both. But education is really like what you can focus on, meaning I'm just going to tell you information. Huberman focuses on education and literally no entertainment, but he makes it clear so that people can, digest it. And if the education you're doing is effective, understandable, legible, and accessible and usable, people will share about it. And that's what happens. The entertainment can be like, you're funny, you're controversial, you're sexy, you're cute, whatever it is. Those are things you could do, but you kind of pick your lane, educate or entertain. In general, if you were that pretty, people would already be paying you for stuff. Like, so most of what you can control is education. And so when you can educate it, then focus on how can I then make this a little bit better. And so if you look at the process of my post, like it was education, is slowly you start to get a more confident feel for who you are. And then you can kind of like add in layers of education of these things. You can make your information, like you can make a part of this mimetic desire. But that's a whole different thing in and of itself. We would walk down. But the little hack I have is I don't follow people. Like I have maybe 100-ish people I've met in real life, but like I would prefer to follow 0 people because it lets me live in a delusion. This is something Stephen Pressfield, who I think is just brilliant, and I love him as an author. He talks about this idea that like delusions, which are basically taking a subset of reality and then living as though that's real, are super important. If you want to do anything successful, you have to live in a delusion. You have to think that, oh, everyone will like this, or no one else is doing this. For example, like I'm working on I was talking to a buddy last night. He's like, oh, fitness is so hard to get into. I was like, yeah, that's why I don't follow anybody. So I don't listen or look at anybody else's content, because I hate it all. I hate everybody's things. There's like 2 or 3 people that I like, and I just hate everybody else's stuff. But it also lets me feel like no one's talking about how to walk, so I'm going to post this thing. Like it lets you feel like the thing you're going to say is important because no one else is saying it. And so you have to create a little bit of a delusion that you live in, and then it lets you feel valuable and important to go and share that thing. It's such a valuable hack, because otherwise, if you're following, like you're following any of the top 15 people out there, you're going to think, oh, they're doing it all so much better than me, and I can't keep up with them. It's like, cool. But they're not going to be able to say what you're going to say. And, odds are if you're at this level, you don't know what you're trying to say. So just start saying things and see how clearly you can work on this stuff. Remember, it's all practice anyways. Share what you learn, make it better every single iteration, just a little bit better, a little bit better. And the last piece is build your product in front of people. So if you don't know what to share, go back to the thing, what do I do in person for people? What do they pay me for? What am I building a solution on? What am I trying to understand? And then just share that. Build your product in front of people. Share the actual training videos and like the actual exercises, the actual drills, the behind the scenes of the product you're building, whatever those things are. Just build it in front of people and just like be honest, be open. Because even if people see what you're doing, if you're not... Even if people see what you're doing, you're not good enough, nor are you consistent enough, nor do you have any background for someone who's truly great to steal your idea. They're not looking at you. And B, the people who are interested in following you, it's like there's an authenticity that you're exciting, you're walking people through so they understand the process. And it's like you're learning with them. And people are either too lazy or they're not paying attention. The people that are good enough are doing their own thing. The people that are too lazy, they're not paying attention to you. So the people that are too lazy, they're absorbing it, but they're not going to do it until you're ready to present it in a very simple offer. You can lead people to water. You can't make them drink. So build your product in front of people. It gives you boundless, endless content to make if you're building something. This goes up to 10, by the way, just so you know. Build it again. 20% of what you build will be good. The rest will either be subpar or wrong, meaning you're going to go build a wall and you're going to get 20% of it that you nail. And then the 80% you realize, my technique wasn't that good. I wasn't very strong when I started, so I didn't have the tech. I couldn't put it together. I was building it the wrong direction. This, whatever. So each iteration you finish will feel like I just nailed that. I'm so excited. 100%. This is the best thing I've ever made. I'm so excited to tell people about it. But then when you go and you share with people and you get feedback and you realize, oh, I didn't do this, or it could be better. The breaking part, you break your business, you realize you get feedback, and then you see, oh, this could have been so much better. For the person who absolutely loves it, this thing, meaning they're burdened with a passion, this is something that they're focused on, they're interested in, they want to continue to get better. And it's like, this is like their life's work, so to speak. And I'm not saying everything has to feel like this, but if for whatever reason, the thing you're interested in, every time you get that feedback feels like, oh, I can make it so much better. And it never feels like you're starting over, because you're not starting over. You're building on that 20%. So it's 20%, then 36%, then 48%. And then it kind of goes up like that. It's an asymptote. But for the person that's a hack, that's just like, I just thought once I got through this thing and I got the first round out there and I shipped it, it was going to be done and I could just go and then have the rest of it. It's hell. They'll just quit. So that's the process. It's not one time. It's an iteration of constantly working on it. And you'll never get it perfect enough. This is the idea of an asymptote. You always approach the line, but you never quite get there. And the reality is that the demands of a real person's life will force you to ship good enough, meaning you have a partner, you have kids, you have interest, you have friends, you have parents, whatever. You have something that goes on in your life that will force you to do it. And the goal is not to get rid of those things. It's to understand that pressure creates diamonds. It makes you better. So if you had nothing to do except for do your thing, you would end up sitting around procrastinating and look at social media, because people are not these perfect rational robots. We have all kinds of weird hormonal shifts. So don't expect yourself to be what you're not, because you're not a robot. You're not David Goggins. I don't even know if he's a real person. The point is, the demands of your normal life that actually give you the feedback and make you a better person will force you to ship good enough. And that's part of it. But you want to remember, your work is your genius. This is not, I feel strongly about this because this is how I view it. So again, this is my bias, but like, what you do, what you are called forth to go and do, that's your genius. That's your interest. Like, if you're a fitness coach, you're interested in that, not violin. You might like violin too, I don't know. But like, if you love violin, you're probably not playing chess. And maybe if you play chess, you're probably not out, like fish, or what do you call it, fishing in the deep sea of Alaska. It's like there's something that really like fits you. And maybe it wasn't what you chose, and maybe you can reflect on that. But it's like, this is what you show up to do as a professional. What do you think is going to happen when you finish the thing? Are you going to retire and sit around like you're just done? Like, Sisyphus is happy because he has a rock to push up the hill. Like, we are like dogs. We want something that's very simple and very focused to go and do and feel like we're getting better at it, and a little bit of progress. Like, make it simple for yourself and understand that the goal isn't to be done. The goal is really to have work that you really like. And, there's times you need to, balance your priorities and work on, I need to get over this hump to make some money so I can pay off this thing so I can have a kid, whatever. There's times you can have short-term sprints, but ultimately, when your kids grow up and they're out of the house, when your partner is, wants to go and do their own thing for, like, I don't know, just be a person and have some time with their friends, what are you going to do? What are you going to do on your day off? And if it's just sit around and watch TV, I don't know. That doesn't sound like success to me. And the last thing is, remember that you are constantly, as a real person, balancing multiple priorities. Remember, what is success? There is no someday that will feel different. You're not just going to like, I'm going to work really hard today, and then like in a few years, I'll focus on relationships, or in a few years, I'll make sure the kids are okay. In a few years, I'll work on my health. There is no someday that will just magically open up. You will constantly have a continuation of today, where you have the business and your priorities and the risks and the things you have to balance and do. You literally always have the things the fire you have to put out today. Build tomorrow today, and understand, and I wrote about this recently, I probably spend 25 to 40% of my day working, meaning like writing and doing that stuff. And I spend about 25 to 30% of my day exercise or training. I kind of think of those as the same thing, because when I go out and train, I get ideas. That's when I ideate, I film stuff and work on it. So this kind of mixed there. But I spend a good portion of my day with my now fiance, and calling on, get on the phone and talk with my friends. And I will say that the more you kind of bring your life together, you start to overlap these things. Like, all my friends are either involved with what I do, or I bounce ideas about stuff with them, and it's like, you can kind of layer these things together, but you do need to balance things like your health, your interests, your work, your ideation time, your friends, your romantic partners. Like, those things are there because there is no someday. You want to build tomorrow today, and it's constantly saying, I'm trading some portion of what I could have worked today, but this lets me show up as a better person tomorrow, and so my work tomorrow is more effective, it's more focused, it's better directed. So number 7, and this is an idea that I think is a really valuable thing. I don't see it as much, but I'm playing with this, and I'll say this now: this is not going to be applicable for almost anybody starting off, because it's taken me. I'm on my 5th year of working on the online stuff and 10th year of like coaching. I really like the model of build it then give it away, and so you can't see this at the beginning, and that's why this isn't pertinent in the beginning stages, because you just don't know what you're building. But the goal ultimately is to make something bigger than yourself. And so I think societies flourish when men plant trees under whose shade they'll never sit, as some quote, somebody said that. And I think there's like that value is like, you want to contribute to something that's bigger. And, this is obviously easier if you're in the education business, but even if you're building a product, like Hormozi, for example, build businesses, but he's sharing the education piece. So there's something that you learn in the process. So the way I look at it is like, you get paid to build something for someone the first time around. So, whether that's you're making, again, wooden benches for your kitchen table, and someone sees that, says, can you make me one of these? It's like, oh, sure. Like you maybe if you didn't make it for yourself, but it's like someone asks you for something and you get paid to do it the first time. And then you kind of like, oh, that's interesting. And so then, you offer their friends and you kind of make a few iterations. And so then you get paid to rebuild it and make the few iterations in the long middle before you make it and you get all the way through. And now you have notoriety and success or whatever people think that is. So you get paid to build it the first time, you get paid to rebuild it and iterate on it and make it better. And then you use that money to start to afford yourself time in the after work of what you're doing to build the next rung of the ladder. So at first, you're working your 40-hour work week and you spend the hours, 2 hours a day after that to build your own business. That's your side hustle, so to speak. And so slowly you start to get paid more and more to that. And you can shift, you make soft commitments where you start to maybe shift to a part-time, whatever, with your main job. And then you're shifting, you're making more and more time, more and more money. You're getting paid to rebuild it and make it better. You use that money eventually to replace it and say 100% of my time I can focus on making benches, or I can focus on coaching clients online, or I can focus on writing. You've switched over. Then you use the money from that to buy yourself back time from the thing you just bought yourself to then build the next rung of the ladder. You say, oh man, I'm crushing these benches. Now maybe I could make some like chairs, or I can make some tables too. It's like, or I could make a online education product to teach people how to make chairs, or whatever it is. I can make a YouTube channel that actually shows people how I make the chairs, whatever. There's infinite ways to go do it, and whatever is obvious to you will make sense. And then you eventually give away the thing you made as a killer lead magnet, because eventually you build the first rung of the ladder, and then you use that to stand on to make the next rung of the ladder, and then you use that to stand on to make the next rung of the ladder. And so the thing that you built, the first program that seemed big and massive at the beginning, will seem like, oh, this is just the entryway to something else. Like Keegan literally told me this 4 or 2 years ago, and he goes, because I was thinking about partnering with a company just to like do this foot program. I had this idea, and he's like, I really think that if you do that, you're going to regret that. Like, spend some time now. It's going to take, a few months of work, but if you do this thing, it'll be the entryway for the big product, the big promise, and the big, the big platform you have then. And literally that's come true, like to a spectrum, because I kept working, and for this foot program, which is kind of like the big one I sold, was I redid the training 5 times, rewrote the book 3 times, and then I built other programs, and now I'm building into an academy. And now I'm giving away the foot program as my bestseller for free. And like, that's risky, and I may put me out of business, and we'll see. Who knows? We'll find out. I'll report back. But the idea is that the thing that you build and you treat like your baby and your product will eventually be the next step into, like, as you evolve as a person, you will grow into a bigger dream. If you are not, there's something to be said there. If you're growing and evolving as a person, you're seeing bigger, you're learning, and you're bringing people along, and you said, hey, get started on this thing I built. I think you'll love it. And now you can come and work with me on the next thing. That's the process. You give away the first thing. It's a killer lead magnet that no one else in the market can have, because everyone else is still trying to play around with information and, nickel and dime for free PDFs. And then you repeat it and you just keep doing that. And that's the process of build and iterate. The last 3 things are a little bit more broad person and process driven things. You have to build it to last. And so the process of any business, whether it's online, whether it's in person, is a roller coaster. You will have big months where you make a lot of money and you feel great. You feel like you're king of the world. And then you have small months where you're not making anything. And especially if you change and you switch directions, you'll have small months. You only lose if you quit. So people who are inspired by a dream and they're genius. And I don't necessarily mean a dream of like, I'm going to go do all these things, but like a dream of something that captivates you, that's interesting, that's inherently motivating and intuitively interesting to you. They don't make it. It's not like it's not like you might think from the outside that you have so many followers or so much money, whatever, you've made it. But it's like Mark Bell is one of the most successful people I know. He's uber multimillionaire, built multiple businesses. You go to his house, he's got all the things you want. He's building a massive gym on his own property. He's made it, but he is still interested by learning how to run. He wants to go focus on training. It's like, he doesn't think about like, oh, I've made it. Maybe he doesn't have some of the short-term pressures of like, you can't afford food this month, but like, the people who are really successful, they don't make it, they don't get over the hump, and like there is something to be said for that, but like they are focused on the thing that they're always focused on. They're just continuing to develop, and their journey may seem different to them, but it's just, because they're focused on the iterations and the eccentricities, but they're moving in the direction. They see what they could be, they see what their product could be, they see where they could be going, and they keep working on that. So your job is to steward your money well to afford your freedom. Do not understand that money is veto power. It is your ability to say no to things. You can have nice things if you can afford it. So you have to remember, a lot of people want to go and, reward themselves and take care of, like, oh, we made a bunch of money, we're going to go buy nice things. Don't forget taxes. You have to manage your body fat and your bank account. They're pretty similar, actually. So if you stay hungry, it keeps you motivated. When you have millions and millions and millions of dollars, like, the first thing you're going to want to do is like, well, kind of boring. Alex Hormozi said, I had to, again, to quote our Lord and Savior, having cash flow feels a lot richer than having wealth. Like, you feel a lot wealthier when you have cash flow than when you have wealth, in a sense. So, Keegan would be a good example. Like, he's been successful multiple times, and here he is still working late at night on the weekend somewhere in the middle of Mexico or in South America, just because it's something interesting to him. So, like, ultimately, the goal is to afford yourself the ability to continue to work. And so, if you have too much money sitting around, then you're either, it's just time to learn how to make your dream bigger, push it forward, try something different, like move in a different direction. There's things to do with life. There's an adventure that happens. And if you make it and just stop, that's when people get fat and they die. And this is, again, my opinion, but be careful about the chasing the dream of the get rich quick schemes. Like, this is my opinion, just because, like, I have enough time and energy to focus on the thing I care about, and I'm building a business and in my academy and working on it. But I don't invest in stuff I can't control. So a lot of people, like, they get in these, they want to optimize, they want to go here, and it's like, oh, I can make some money, I can put it in this thing, and then this thing double or triple because my friend said I was going to. I think, I don't understand much of I keep forgetting what NFT stands for. But again, these are things that, like, there's not saying the technology is wrong, but if saying, if you really want to go that route, go down that route, understand that it is a thing you have to put time, energy, and effort into. And so if it takes away from the quality product and iterations and making your thing, you may or may not get rich by something that takes off being in the right spot. But you will certainly sink your business because you're no longer focusing on the product if it's not at a stage where the thing is at a self-sustaining level. So understand that there's seasons for everything. And when you're young, the last thing you want to do is like, oh, I'm just going to keep focusing for 5 or 10 more years to build this thing and make it amazing. And I'm not saying it has to be that level, but I'm just saying you have to be willing to put that time in there. So for me, like, I think of investing as like, I put my money into my health and my business, meaning if I don't fully understand something and it's like not something I can control, I'm keeping it as a business survivorship fund. And again, this lets you invest into bigger events, bigger opportunities, bigger outlets, better delivery platforms, hiring people to buy your time back. Like, there's so many things you could do. Like, I think of it as a business survivorship fund. Again, this is my opinion. I'm not the, maven of all things investing, very focused, one-minded meathead. So, like, this is what I'm not saying is right, but I think it's important that you keep things in perspective. When things slow down and the economy's rough and we have a hard time, I'm going to outlast people because I can live in cockroach mode. I know how to work and I know how I can continue to focus on it. And I didn't spend my money on a stupid car that I didn't need. Like, there are things you can do to be very smart, and you have to be like, you have to play the long term. So, like, you don't have to be poor. You do not have to be poor, because you want to find the things. Like, I don't skimp on food. I spend a lot of money on food every month, and I take care of the important things like water filters and air filters and making sure my space is good and happy for me. But understand that, stupid purchases can kill you, and you have to make sure your partner understands this. If your partner is not on the same page with you and just thinks that you're just going to keep making money, it's like, you got to understand that there's roller coasters, and you need to, if you make $500,000 1 month and the rest of the year you make nothing just because that's where you're set up, are you going to have the discipline to be able to partition that out? And like, those are things you have to think. And it's not just because you have money. Like, there's a longer term game at stake here. Number 9, build it smart. So you have to pay attention to the little pains that pop up early on. The things you start resenting early on will be the breaking points soon. Whether it's, for like, oh, gosh, I hate having to post social media content every single day. I hate having to answer every single Telegram message that pops up. I hate having to, whatever. Like, the thing that is the little problem, like, those will be the things that break you eventually because they will grow. So you have to build solutions that as soon as you notice it, which is why you have to notice and say, I'm getting a little bored, burnt out on this thing. I don't love this thing. Let me actually reassess what the underlying problem is. And so as an example, social media is great. It's a great way to be exponential and reach a lot of people, but it is fickle. You just might not be the right flavor of person that social media likes and people like, and you're not the hot topic that week. So got to remember, like, how many artists in social media, like a musician artist popped up in the 90s and 80s and 2000, had a one-hit wonder, and they were going to be the next thing. And now, do you guys know who Josh Groban is? I don't. But like, that's the process. Is like they come and they go. So there's a reality with social media that you're always hitting the balloon in the air. You may have the greatest post of all time last week, and in a month, it's going to be old news. Like, we can't even remember that the Queen of England, who lived and did amazing things, died a few months ago. We forget that there's a war in Ukraine. And, this Middle East stuff will just be old news. Like, people forget everything. They're not going to remember your own thing. So understand that it's part of the job. It's social media is like getting out there, sharing people, some type of marketing is part of the job. But if your business depends on always being the hot flavor, nothing will emotionally destroy you faster. Like, I've been there, and it's something that is giving me noticing that pain, saying, let me start to build this and shift things around in my favor. So there's a question you can ask: can you improve your business model to create more independence? And I don't just mean making a membership just because, like, oh, here, you have to add value. So you can work with a coach. I mean, I can't tell you how every single good idea I've ever had has come from Keegan. So talk with a coach. The difference between people who are successful and people who are not, or people who are willing to invest in a very specific laser-focused coach who can point them out to do the thing, and then they go and do it. Like, you have to have that relationship with someone who will walk you along this path. So understand that you can find ways to create value in your business or create or grow. Or if your business just doesn't support a membership model, then figure out a way to, work high. Like, there's ways you can do this thing, and you can start to get people. You're smarter than you think you are. So you have to work and create those opportunities, but understand that you need to solve those little pains early before they become the thing that breaks your business. And don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Starting off is always sloppy. You will be scrappy at the beginning. You're going to, for years, send my program via MailChimp email sequences and Google PDFs and store it on YouTube. It does not have to be perfect. I've tried a bunch of different things, and they'll have rationale for why one works and one doesn't, but it's a long-term process and you're constantly iterating. So identify, my buddy asked me this a while back. It's like, if you were to sell your business, what's the 1 to 3 things, what's the biggest reason that, would be hardest to sell or would make it hard to transfer to somebody else? And I'm not saying you always want to replace yourself, but like, what are the headaches right now that you're dealing with that you could just get rid of? Like, figure it out. You're smart. Make it happen. So build it smart. And last, build it for the future. The single biggest skill I think that's going to matter is your ability to decipher information and think critically. So with AI, that you can say, AI, write me a book about feet. It's going to be able to do something that 80 to 90% of people are going to say, that looks great. I love it. And it's free, and it's done in about a minute. So you can't compete with AI for information generation. But understand that people are always people, and the newest technology always creates the next blind spot. People get lazy because they rely on something. For example, we all loved, actually, I didn't grow up in the time where you had like paper maps, but there used to be a time when people made it across the entire ocean with just stars. And then there's people who would look at paper maps. And then there was a time where I had to print out Google Maps and look at like the piece of paper on the sheet, or like the directions on a piece of paper. And then there's map apps. And so nobody has any sense of direction anymore because, well, not nobody, but most people don't have a sense of direction anymore because they just say, Google, tell me where to go. And so they lose the ability to do that thing. And so when you have someone that feeds you the information, you just like, all right, well, ChatGPT said it, so it's right. I actually really hate that. I haven't used it much, but when I see one that's printed out, I'm like, this seems way too close to being actually true, so much that I actually want to believe it, but I don't know if it's actually true or not. And when you lose your ability to critically think, you can't question that stuff. And most people will get lazy, and they will lose their ability to think. And so ultimately, the greatest currency I think you'll be able to have in 5 to 10 years is the ability to be verified as a person who is a content expert. So they know and they can think, and then someone can go and say, the internet says all this thing, but like, hey, you're the person I would go to talk about this thing. Can I ask your opinion? What do you think about this stuff? That right there will never go out of style, and it will just be fewer and fewer people that command that, because most people will You get more and more people that want to run a business because of things that AI generated for them. They're lazy. They're not going to develop it. I write books and I write blogs still because I need to learn how to think. And even though I could say, hey, you could have people say, have AI or have ChatGPT go write it. But it's like, I don't need them to do the work for me. The point is not to have words on the page. The point is to have things in here that I can talk about and be a source of trusted, verified information for regular people. You have to continue to work on that stuff. So there's two things here. The supportive skill is to practice speaking clearly. I'm working on this as well. So translation and transcription services, they're all out there. Everyone wants to think multilingual services. Okay, I have what do you call that? Content. And I can go do that. And now I have a captions app that will translate into Spanish. I don't know Spanish. And so maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But guess what? If I want to have languages and have books that are translated, I have to be able to write well. I need to have good grammar. I need to understand how to speak clearly. I need to enunciate. I have to have refined ideas. I can't stumble over everything I'm saying. If you've ever looked at the transcription services for a printout, it looks horrible because people will stop and then they change direction and then they go, and it's like, how does a computer catch up with it? Maybe it gets better, but you know what? If you're the person that can speak clearly, that can refine that skill of communication, and I'm working on this myself. I speak too quickly. I mumble. I get excited about what I'm talking about. So I'm working on this as well. But if you can take the time to write more, even if it's just in a journal. I have journals full of things I just wrote to myself. Refine your ideas, talk out loud, record them in audio version, record them in podcast version, record them just talk out loud, make YouTube videos. Share them consistently just to get out there and have a reason to do it. You're building it for somebody. That skill set is going to be so valuable. So understand that most all business, if you're not building something for someone, if it's not done for you, it's communicated to you. And the communication part is something we desperately lack because people don't talk as much anymore. They don't think because they just are consuming. And when all you do is consume, you get obese. And so don't be fat, don't be lazy, and understand that you are developing a skill set. If I could summarize the entire process of this thing up, the process of building a business is about building a better version of you. You are literally saying, these are things that I want to work on. And in order to bring this idea, this inspiration I have to life, I have to be a better person. That means I have to understand all the flaws I have. I have to ruthlessly work on them, and I have to continue to get better. You only get better as a business person if you get better as a human. And so understand that the pressure and the things that happen to you, everything is a learning opportunity. The world is your gym. That means that your ability to express things is tantamount. So understand that the things that you go through are not just to make money, it is to develop skills. And if you focus on developing skills, the money generally will follow, and you'll have the success that you so desperately crave. Thank you. All right. Did I stop share? Okay, there's a lot. Sorry, let's talk. All right, any questions people have? Sword fighting, I love it.
Don't apologize, brother. How's the soccer going?
It's great. So I will say the meta skill of soccer is not tripping. If you like, for example, I would go out and I use it as a warm-up. So a lot of what I'm focusing on now is how to have fun with your training. So I'll go out to the track, and anytime you go to a field, it's like I go out there and I just say, this is my easy warm-up. So I'll take some cones and I'll dribble around, I'll dribble down and back. But the foot placement, just being able, it's foot-eye coordination. You were the one who came out and you're talking about foot balancing being the cool thing. And I was like, that's brilliant. It really makes it simple. But if you could get, for everyone here, if you could get your parents to take a soccer ball and dribble down the back, the amount of foot-eye coordination they would develop, so they're not going to trip, is huge. And so little things like that make a big difference. Overall, I would highly recommend it.
First month of Uncommon Success now is there's 5 minutes of hand juggling, 5 minutes of foot juggling each day, as well as 5 minutes of handstands. So the change that you get is really dramatic for those who haven't been doing it. Yeah, so I've got a good wall here next to like I'm using the wall of the house. There's a big outdoor area, and I've been practicing most days, and I got so much better. Like just kicking the ball against the wall, different ways, receiving it. There's something beautiful about the feeling of balance on your feet. I guess it's probably where the exhilaration of dance comes from. That dance is part of all cultures, but soccer gives you some of that as well.
Yeah.
What questions, thoughts, feedback are coming up around business and the business philosophy that Graham shared there? I love at the heart of it, you're polishing your life's work. You're getting it out in word form, in written form. One of the things that stuck with me there was speaking Instagram live for an hour and a half a day for 5 people. Like, you're going to get better at sharing what's important to you. And if there's one person listening, if there's 5 people listening, it's actually pretty good. They've decided to persist with it. I don't know what what that does to your algorithm. But
so this, I would share the story every week. I would just come up with a new title every Monday through Friday, and it would just every week. Just anyway, and then I would go, and then I would sit there and post the summary. I would have notes. I would plan what I'm going to write. I would write out all the main notes, and then I would write those up. And so if you go to my Instagram highlights, there are page after page after page of things that I share to 5 people, and I just put up there as a highlight. It's practice, it's reps. You have to treat yourself like, I look back and I'm like, oh my gosh, but those kind of the silly things you don't think about. But Instagram Live there's no better way to literally just get in front of people and immediately just have them start, oh, this guy's really smart, or he could talk at his feet. And you're talking to one person. So there are times it was 0 people, and I would just keep talking about the thing I was good. I will say, go on with a planned curriculum. That way, even if no one shows up, you're doing a presentation, and you can save it on your profile as, hey, I did this thing about that. Stack the game. Yeah, like seriously, anybody has questions on this stuff, like I will be as honest as possible, because one thing I really care about is not living in a pretentious lifestyle. Like, how much money I'm making, how many followers, what it's like. I will talk about whatever, because it's like there is so many things you think it's going to be like, and it's just whatever your life is like right now. It's just like that, except you have this random thing on social media, and you get a lot of people asking for foot pics. But yeah, so there's any questions, like I'm open book.
Okay. I kind of like to ask for Garrett there. Garrett has a successful personal training business in Vancouver, and he's got more demand for his work than he's got supply. But he has some uncertainty, resistance to the idea of online business and these relationships. Like, you're someone who's definitely doing things for lifestyle reasons and personal development as much as you're doing it for financial reasons. That the transition out of your gym does that resonate as a question that's relevant to you, Garrett? I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. What's really coming up, Graham, is that concept of honing in. Like you said, when you're dealing with in-person clients, you're kind of doing it all. Going into knees over toes, right? Going to barefoot sprinting. What's the thing that is triggering? And I think you spoke to it a little bit, but maybe you can kind of switch back to like what drew you to that initially, that made you take that first step as, I'm going to focus on fucking barefoot running.
So there's always 2 parts. There's an emergent, and then there's a top down and a bottom up, like an afferent and an efferent. First thing you have to realize is that there's a gimmick on the front end, and then there's the underlying method behind it. So Ben Patrick dunking and landing on his feet and then going to his knees, that's the gimmick. It gets your attention, and that's literally how social media works. Me sprinting barefoot is just the gimmick. It gets people like it. I could care less if you can sprint. Like, this is what I've kind of settled on. It's not about sprinting barefoot. It's about being able to sprint barefoot. And if you can't do this, there's a problem. If you can't do the dunking and stuff, there's a problem. And so what you then think is you scale it all the way down to like, oh, everybody I'm seeing, and like for me, it was all kinds of problems with my feet, all kinds of issues, and that was feeding up the bottom and like throwing off my hips and back and constant injuries. And so I just kind of was like, oh, well, I've had this injury. I just started working at the feet up, and I noticed that everyone else did. And so you have to realize that like you can't go looking for the gimmick, because if you go look for the gimmick, you get people that are hacks and they are going and trying to do something. There's something that you do that is naturally interesting to other people. And the other part is this is why you have to be really clear about how you define success. And, because much of that aspect is like people are drawn to you. They see the thing. Like if I post 20 things on there, and this is the part of the risk of concept creep and audience capture, is like you go do this thing. So ultimately there's a constant refinement process where like you'll see paths you could go down that you could be very successful, meaning like you get a lot of people that are there, but you ultimately end up in like more of a hollow spot. You're like, this really isn't interesting to me. And so what I think is interesting is that there's this kind of like iterative circle thing where you start off with the feet, and then I could work on like the feet led me into fascia, and then that whole process led me into like athletics. Like I really just want to be athletic. I want to be able to run and jump and sprint. That's ultimately the only thing I care about, is be able to go and play volleyball and not worry about dislocating my shoulder when I fall. Like that's like it's so simple. And so, but it's like you start in with this one piece. And so this is why it's really important for me to put in that aspect of like, you build it, then give it away. In a sense, it's like you build something that is one solution, because people cannot handle. I got on a call. I'm launching this academy thing, and so we'll see. I mean, if the first launch doesn't work, then the second will. And if the second doesn't, I'll go. Like I got years to work on this thing. But the point is, I get on this call with this guy, a 15-minute sales call, and I go, "What do you want to do?" He goes, "I just want to be able to put my fingers to my toes." And I'm like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, you people have forgotten how to dream. And so what you have to realize is that you're dealing with real people. And this is some of the harder part for someone that's intelligent when you're doing with nuanced real people in real life, is that you see people that come in and they bring their problems of their spouse, their kids, their life, and you love that conversation. You like to be able to do that. And so you think, how the heck could I possibly distill this down to you do my free program, my 7-day trial? And so you're like, fuck that. I don't want to do it. And you think it's cheap. But what you realize is the iteration process is you realize the seed of truth that stuck it, which is people can't move their feet. Well, what happens when you can't move your feet? You can't balance. You're going to fall. There's so many things are disconnected. And so you find something that just sticks out to you of like, oh yeah, let's focus here. And what you realize is that the thing is the first rung of the ladder. And then slowly over years, and I'm talking, and I'm like, this is more or less consistent work for 4.5 years now. You then build the next vision. You see, oh, this could be this, and this could be this, but you can't start because it's way too big. You don't start building the pyramid by once you figure out how to move one rock. You just continue to chip away at it. And so in that sense, the way I tell everybody to start, so what I would advise you to start is you say, what is the single most common question I get people asking me? Whether that's what shoes should I wear? You know, I got this thing or whatever. It doesn't really matter what it is, but some subset of questions is going to be, people are going to ask you, they're going to come to your clients are going to ask you the same question over again. And you think, how could I just make this a little bit more like, I could tell everybody a nutrition thing or whatever, and I could say it over and over and over and over again. But it's like, at some point, I'm not going to remember all the details. So how can I make this a better delivery? So this is why people that are working in person with people, even if you don't have an intention of being an influencer, being famous, have an online product, it gets you better at speaking. If you could take the time to really write out if you have 15 people emailing you the same thing, you could kind of do like 60% of a good email for each of them, or you could sit and write one really good email and you send it to one person. And then that becomes your product. Every single thing has been, I got built it because somebody asked me for it. And so I built it. And I was like, okay. Then you go, actually, if I made it a little bit better, make it evergreen. So don't talk about names and stuff, but like you make it evergreen. But you end up ultimately what you justify it as, you make resources for your clients. And that starts to go with this thing. And then you start to notice, oh, there's a thing. The way, last thing I'd say on this is that the confusing part of this is that the only people you know that do this are the people who have the gimmicks too. They have the thing that they go and do outside. So it seems like, oh, Ben Patrick went out to go and do the knee guys. Like that was his journey. But the only reason you know it is because you saw him on social media. But don't confuse seeing something on social media with having a successful underlying thing. Just because it's rare doesn't mean it's hard to do, so to speak. And so you may get the warped perception that your success as an online coach depends on you having one thing, one problem. And it's like, for social media, yes, but that's a different game than a successful business. Successful business rides on the quality of the product. And if you focus on that, you'll notice that people can't, to wrap this into the people can't dream anymore, that guy couldn't think about wanting to be able to run with his 5-year-old kid again. He just thinks, I just got to get my feet are really stiff. And so you have to make things very simple, bite-sized, do this, and then do this, and do this. And that's how you do it. And so you build things like that. But that's not how the body works. It's not how your coaching works. It's not how your business works. But that's okay. You can see both sides. You can see what you want for people, why people love you. And you can also see that the bite-sized little baby steps that they need to start, because they are like children. If they don't know their body, they're like a baby child. So does that make sense?
It's a lot, but thank you.
Yeah, of course. It's usual.
No, it's a lot to think about, man. Yeah. The thing that's really coming up is the being the example, right? Like you said, it's it's not the reps in the gym that I actually really want. It's the freedom to move my body on the dance floor. It's the snowboarding that I can do. It's all the other stuff. And that's what people actually see. So yeah, that's going to trickle into a lot of what I'm doing here.
And yes, that was a car that drove by. I don't know how they could have the music so loud. The thing that is important to take away for you is there are subconscious rejections you have on the thing. You have to be aware of those, and you have to say, why don't I do this? And so you either have a misunderstanding about what it actually would take, you either don't understand what the first step would take, or there's a deeper like emotional thing. But most of it is a clarity on like you're let the perfect be the enemy of the good, meaning like it has to be this whole thing. It's like, no, just you rationalize in a way. This would make me a better coach if I had a onboarding packet for my clients that I could just give them hey, read this, and after a first session, you tell them everything. You say, but don't worry, I know I told you a lot of stuff about nutrition. Guess what? As part of our client or onboarding packet, I have every single step, the 5 things you need to remember. That makes you a better coach. And guess what? The people who continue to do that and then enjoy that and make it a little bit better, you get feedback. You just you don't even have to think about any of the online stuff. You just find something and you make it better for your people in person. And guess what? That gets you practice at reps. And so you just find a way to understand what's my rejection on this and how do I change the story I'm telling myself to justify taking the first step. And then so you either find the rejection or you find the lack of clarity. And if you can get both those, then you just, oh yeah, of course. And now you're not like, oh, maybe I'll do this. So you're like, oh, fuck yeah. And then it's like, of course. And that's the difference. If I have to motivate you to do anything, we have a miscommunication. And that's not there's something else we have to talk about.
Beautiful. Thank you.
If I know that you got someone else coming on, so I can try and answer these geeks, the written one. Do you want me to run through those real quick in the chat? Or there's 1 or 2, I think. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, please. That's awesome.
Do you still do personal coaching? How much money do you make with your online business? How did it grow? Oh, okay. All right. So for the first 5 years of my coaching career, I worked at different gyms at different capacities. So basically your typical personal trainer, started off doing group classes and you kind of work your way up, which was great. I got my foot in. You cannot skip that part. Like everybody wants to come in and go from like certification to online coach. It's like, for what? You got 0 skills in person. It's like, I don't want to teach people how to build roofs on the houses if I just graduated college. Like it gave me 10 years to learn how to build a roof and then I'll teach you how to do it. So eventually about COVID, I kind of had my hand forced to open up my own space because the government wasn't letting anybody else operate. So I was like, I'll do it myself. And so I did that. And that was pretty safe. I had a handful of people, which is Keegan pointed this out. It was the online stuff was like your business card for your coach, which was great. It was like a little spot, small little studio. It was perfect. I had like 30 different people coming in. It was fantastic. It was consistent and safe. I used that to buy myself time to spend building the online thing. So that was 2019 to 2022-ish. 2021. And then I did a 1.5 years of mastermind with Keegan and Elite Money Club. We did Real Movement. He's the fertile soil that I developed all my skills and practice. And so I kept working on that, built out some level of a business offering. In that time, I was still working with clients. I was making, especially from 2020 to 2022, it's about like $8,000 to $14,000 a month, pretty consistently, of people just coming in training. That's the smart thing is I would have people come in. I was at the gym you pick the time you're going to be at the gym. For me, it was like 3 to 8 or 1 to 8, something like that. And everyone paid a membership. I didn't do sessions, I did semi-personal sessions. That was such a win because then you get people come in, workouts are on the board. I'm there to ask questions, good to go. But you have to work your way to that point by getting rapport with your client, so to speak. Then in 2020, so I'm building. So this is 2019 to 2022 before I really make like more than anyone. I'm talking more than like $1,000. I had a handful of clients that would come in and pay, but like most of that is like I'm still working and I'm building this thing and I'm making 0 money, like less than $1,000 a month for almost all of that. And so I look at the 2019 is probably like 8,000. It gets a little bit more. And then the thing about social media and online stuff is it takes off. When it takes off, you can make a lot. So I went from like $8,000 to like, and this is like last year, it was like 8, then 20, then 28, then 30, then 45, then $55,000 a month in spring, which is the perfect little pinnacle because I had the online thing taking off. I had my in-person clients, and all of it was perfectly and lovely. And I had the opportunity to move out to the West Coast to be with Mark and some of the people out here who are just, I was like, these are the best people, or a lot of the best people are coming into this podcast. I can meet them. I'm going to take this opportunity. So I let go of the gym, which was all my safety, my security, my consistent paycheck, the people who knew me. And that was that. And so then I also figured out I could make things better. And so it was like 55, 40, then 30, then 20,000, 14 to 10,000. So it was a process where you're making less because guess what? You don't have the consistency, but you also don't have the time to be able to like market and sell because I'm building a program. I'm building the bigger next step. So you understand that it's like I saved the money that I had, and that gave me the time to continue to afford for years to keep working on this thing. Like, if you can figure out a way to look at $30,000 and think that's a year of business for me, that's how I think about my savings account. So I had 100,000. Great. I can work for 3 years to make no money. That's all I want. Then you chip away. And it's like, you have to look at it. It's not like I could buy this car, I could buy this house. It's like, I tell my girlfriend, I was like, I'll be poor and still working on this thing. I will not, like, this is something I'm going to do. It's going to be, I would rather be poor. And so like, you got to get on the same page with the people in your life. But, and so then what I am now moving, so with the online business, so I'll say the online business, you get some money from social media. So YouTube, I have about 60, 70,000 people, and I make anywhere from $300 to $600 a month on ads. And so that's mostly Reels. And that's just because I started paying for Reels. The long form makes more, but that's a few $100s. I have a handful of affiliates. So this is the lifestyle thing. So Element will give you a commission. Barbell pays me a little bit of money each month to wear their stuff, which is amazing because I love their stuff anyways. But you get a handful of those things if you get enough of a following. So that's anywhere from like $300 to $2,000 a month for like average size accounts and stuff like that. I mean, you can make more, and there's ways you could set it up more. But again, my primary focus is on the coaching business. And I understand that if I start shelling out everybody's affiliate, everybody's thing all the time, it takes down your trust with those people. And so that's important to me. So you have to pick who you want to work with, and then understand that like there's influencers who make tons of money by shelling product. I don't have that face. I don't know. People just don't say, go buy this thing because I say it. I would rather be a coach anyway. So it is what it is. And then there's Instagram, and Reels does not do bonuses. They don't pay anymore for that stuff. So you're making zero money there. TikTok Creator Fund is like, that's like pennies. So you can, like, if you have a decent following, generally it's a few hundred, but maybe a few $1,000s a month from that. And again, that's, I've got 360 something on a little over about 800,000 total between TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So like, it's not nothing, but it's like, you could expect to make a few hundred, a few thousand, depending on how you monetize it. I'm not saying I'm the best at that. But then what I was doing is selling individual programs. It's about $90 or $100 a pop. And what I realized is like, I hate having to keep the balloon in the air, and I hate having to convince people to buy this one and go buy the next one. And so I'm like, I'm going to make it into a bigger vision, and you attach it. So that's part of the process of you afford enough money to be able to build the next thing, and you have to live poor. Like I turned off all the sales I was making because I'm no longer selling individual programs. So this month I made $150. It's just part of the thing. But if this launch goes well, then it could run up to, like, if I sell out, it'd be like $125,000 in 3 days. Those are the things that you work on. If it doesn't, I'm going to be poor for 3 more months. And then guess what? I'll do it fucking better. And if that doesn't work, I'll be poor for 3 more months. And it's all fucking better because like I can live and I have enough things to cover my bases, and it's what it is. But that's the part of the process, is like, there's no making it. And even though like, the last thing I'll say on this is like, I can't say this enough. The number on your phone means nothing. It just, there's a one day where you go, oh my God, I got more. And you just are like, it just changes nothing for you. And maybe that's the money in the bank. The money in the bank account is different because then you can afford to travel and do things. And I do feel that. I feel the pressure. Like, don't get me wrong. You feel the pressure of like, is it going to work? Is it going to go somewhere? Is it going to take off? Like, and I want to be able to like, you want to show your fiance, like, I got some money, I can handle this. So there's a pressure there. But I'm like, I'm going to do the thing. If you could look back and say at 35, you're going to be successful if you keep chipping away at it. I remember just one clear thought on this. I was 2021. I was married when I was 21, and that unfortunately didn't pan out the way I was planned for it, I guess. But a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was like, separation was coming up, and I had to buy her out of the house, and I had very little money because I was in this thing. Clients were going down because I'm building the online thing, and it's just like pinching pressure point. And I remember I had this thought of like, I have to pay 50. Where did I come up with $55,000 to buy out of this house? And I just remember like, if I made $55,000 a month, would I worry about this at all? And I go, no. And literally 5 months later, I made $55,000. And just, but I could, my point is, that's so easy to say, and it's so easy for me to tell you. And I could not have, like, I can, in hindsight, you could do it, but I couldn't have projected that. But you have to kind of live in a delusion and use borrowed confidence from the future to keep yourself in these moments when objectively everything else says, dude, you got no fucking money and you need to double down on the thing you're already doing and stop the stupid dream in the future. And because that's objective, that makes sense. So it's tough, and I understand that, and that's why you have to really, really be smart and think, I got to be in this for the long term. Eventually, you make it and you get over it, but you know, that's future use problem. So, all right. Any other questions, or if that's time, I can shut up. So,
yeah, the last one was just if you have any team members, but yeah, you can. I think you can answer that with a number. Or
yes, and the first thing you hire is to get someone to do your DMs. I get to answer your DMs. It's such a time consumer. But yes, first thing you do is you buy your time back to afford your time to move forward. And then eventually you replace those people with better systems and better technology and better offers. And then but that depends on that. I want to have a very simple, very easy thing, lots of freedom. That's a very different thing. Keegan would be a better example for that. I literally want to have just like me and one other person. That's all I want, because I want a lot of freedom. If I have to pay too many people to do stuff, it's not efficient. And, you know, or I'm not doing the thing I like.
excellent.
Hey,
Thank you
Keegan,
very much.
recorded,
Yes.
so we'll be able to go back and listen to them.
At 0.5 speed too.
Yeah, I answered your question in the chat there, Jared.
All right, thanks, man.
If you're in the man.uncom.io, then you'll be able to access it for the next week. And there, your continuing access is based on earning your content. That's where we're going with the Uncommon Man app, Graham. So you can unlock courses by doing push-ups and squats and getting your reps.
I love that.
Or you can pay, one or the other, whichever way. But then there's also no excuse. Like, you can, if you're a 14-year-old, if you're in a low-income country, then there's a path. So yeah, it's in there, and it's all going to be free. Everything in that app is free for the next week. That's our holiday season thing for the Thanksgiving and such. So yeah, thanks so much, Graham. Looking forward to catching up more. Looking forward to seeing how the launch goes. I did send you some feedback on that. We're just about to jump on the call yesterday when you called. So
We'll talk soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and yeah, we'll get a one-to-one connection sometime soon as well. But yeah, well done. Big last few months of 2 months, 3 months getting this launch ready. So well done. I know it takes tons of effort, and it's super exciting.
Yeah, thank you,
champion. All right, we're heading across the seas. Ben Watson is also doesn't mind a bit of barefoot action. He's elite martial artist, competed at national level in kickboxing, Muay Thai, I believe, as well. And yeah, loves to mix it up. MMA. He works on his breath work. He works on his rope flow, the soft arts, but he's definitely got a strong side to him as well. And I saw he just added a learn to bare knuckle punch, which is about the first time I've seen a Yang type of post from you, Ben. So I was very excited to see that from you. They've bringing some of the fiery redhead out, as well as the gentle side that you share as well. So welcome, and over to you.
Awesome. Yeah, if I cut the beard off, mate, so we've got the red beard's gone, so now we've got to bring some more energy. But yeah, Graham, awesome chat. And honestly, the idea behind this, like thinking that like I even know people that can't even punch the bag in my area of like with the barefoot idea, Graham, and I was just like, far out, what if I could actually like just unlock that? And so Keegan pushed me into this idea of moving away from the softer arts and leaning on my I guess my wealth and experience of I guess like 27 plus fights and fighting internationally over in Europe and Thailand.
Breaking skulls, knocking teeth out.
Yeah. And yeah, I've got a little presentation that like shows a little bit of up and down. So yeah, actually, yeah, broken a few teeth, which is hilarious. But yeah, legends, I'm keen to share and have any questions about all the training sort of thing that I do, but I'll share my screen and get into it so that I don't take too much of everyone's time. But yeah, so like from the crux of it, I've like built. So yeah, like I'm rocking this idea that there's wild potential, and ultimately with that, that's my business behind it now, and I'm trying to help men find the innate power within. And a bit of my story and journey is I started in jiu-jitsu, and I was never actually like great at any real sport. Like I was just average and normal, but never enjoyed the factor of relying on other people. So 18, left school, started pursuing to become a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and that was one of the best things I've ever done, because when I did that, it gave me not only a purpose, but around this idea of like every day you can try and get better. And that then led me into national and oceanic titles in jiu-jitsu. Ended up moving to Thailand, living there for 6 months. That was absolutely fucking unreal, because so out of depth. Ended up fighting over there, 3 fights, won them, but there was some trials and tribulations in there as well. One of the worst injuries that I had was actually like a bit through my tongue from someone kicking me up under the jaw. And what happened was, because the consistency while I was over there of training 2 times a day, 6 days a week, not drinking alcohol, not partying, not chasing women, was able to actually level up so great and quickly that when I came back, I was like, far out, I'm actually going to pursue this other side of it, the competition, and ended up winning national titles in Muay Thai and K1, and then pursued it into mixed martial arts, amateur for 3 fights, and then professional since 2016, which I've had 10 fights in with a 80% win rate, which is not too shabby. And we're going to fight the 11th fight coming into March next year. So it's already got some talks happening, which is exciting. So few key focuses that I like to focus on about, I guess, wild potential and what I do with my coaching is that, like, the idea to make mankind confident in their movement ability. Now, this happens like through a few of the pillars that I'll get into a little bit later, but you have to not only, like as Keegan says, like we have to actually train daily, and this builds that connectivity, this deeper resilience inside of you to push further. And this photo under here is me playing some fun underwater games with some of the freedivers and big wave surfers, where it's just literally called chaos. You're trying to get this like little puck into the other people's corner or goalposts, and there's not really any rules other than you cannot choke anyone out. So this sort of leads to how you navigating stress and how you like dictating this, because everything is stress. Everything in our life, from the gravity that is on you from the moment that you wake up, it has some form of stress. So yeah, how are you navigating? What is the tools and protocols that you're using to orientate and navigate towards remaining calm amongst the chaos? So that's a massive area that I actually like sort of like use daily as well, and have a true north with. But the other side that I like to work on, thanks to a little bit of a push on the more intense side, is the ability to protect one's family and self. And I'm coining the term martial intent, and we do this through understanding how to build the structures and use our limbs and our brain properly in the order in behind martial intent. And when you can do that, you can actually punch bags with like full like not needing gloves and stuff, because there's a way to align your bones. So I'd like to just all take a minute now. I'll jump in the group chat and actually, like, what is the what is the most high performance thing that you guys have all done? Like, what is the most high performance thing that you have all done? Like doing, getting in, doing everything. Let us
Good
know.
question. Be interested to see some of the responses on that. Backflips are pretty high performance. On the ground, Dan?
You can't see the video, Jeff. Backflips. Triathlon, nice, Jose. Max, you did the basic level as well. No, good on you, bro. Doing Kung Fu for sure. Yeah, awesome, gents. This is cool. Yeah, nice. 10 grit. Nice, Luke. Love it. Hike 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers per hour, Garrett? Marathon. Nice, gents.
Hitting over 100 kilometers per hour on his snowboard. That's
okay.
Yeah.
That's
pretty hectic, Garrett. That's
very.
Yeah.
Awesome. This is cool, gents. Like, I love this sort of stuff. This is the sort of environment that I thrive off, and that's why I love what Keegan's doing. Like, it's competitive challenge for everyone to sort of like, how are we navigating these times and what are we doing in these areas? So rode a buck bronco, man. Yeah, go Tony. Far out. Love that. Austin snowboarding, perfect. But yeah, gents, this is cool. So yeah, like I don't kick everyone in the face. Hey, like this is a pretty cool photo, but yeah, it doesn't always go out like this sort of way. So life definitely has its struggles, right? And I can only imagine during those times that you guys were doing those high performance things, there was some form of struggle, or like, oh shit, what the heck's going on here? And I'll go into it in a minute, like how I use breathing to navigate that second, that minute, that moment. Everything's just a moment. And so this photo here, a little bit of a struggle. I went up a weight class in 2017, 2018, because I was struggling to find fights and at my weight class at bantamweight. So I went up to featherweight, and the hilarious story of this is this guy on my back here that is just choking the shit out of me a second ago, or trying to choke me out, actually didn't even make weight. He was 2 kilos over, and sort of the doggest move ever, right? Because you agree on a weight class and you're meant to make that. And it ended up actually giving me 7 stitches above my left eye in the first round and fracturing my right eye socket as well. Yeah, and then proceeded to actually win the round very, very convincingly. But he was breathing heavy at the end of the first round. And yeah, it sort of led me to having this confidence that in the second round here, little video, I was like, yeah, man, like, come on. And it's just all a moment. I hope everyone can see my screen. Pretty fun little moment. But on the right of the screen, you can see a photo there. I've actually got my hands clasped, meaning that I have a choke. And so he jumps in, tries to get me back down again, and my hands are already clasped. Like, I have this. He does very, very well at defending it by switching to his side. I use my leg to swinging over and ride the cage and actually end up choking the dude out, winning the fight, and yeah, having the most adrenaline that I think I've ever had in my life running through. So yeah, pretty fun moment with my team back then, and living on this sort of high life of, wow, this is wild. But at the same time, I was just back in the hospital, like moments later, actually being like, what the heck? So yeah, look, life has its up and downs, right? And it's all about like what sacrifices are you willing to make? Like going 100 kilometers on a snowboard, like there's some fear of death in that. And I face that quite or not regularly, but when you go into competition, you have to sort of accept that is a form of it. So top right photo here is me being out on my own when I was 20 to 21, having those 3 fights in Thailand. Thai trainer had 3 English words that were very, very forceful, but his name was Tree. It was kind of cool. And yeah, this idea that like when you can put yourself in these positions, you actually going to be actually on this journey to mastery, because you start learning about yourself. You start actually having understanding of like where and what you need to get better. And that's everything that the fight game has done for me. It's through discipline. I have noticed that I get better quicker. So I would just keep being disciplined. I would keep doing the things that work for me. And yeah, that sort of led me into then winning the WKBF Australian national title. And I did that twice. Funny story, I actually became a 2-time Australian champion inside the month of September in 2015, because the guy pulled out of a fight and I took it on a week, 2 and a bit weeks notice. Yeah, I also have a funny story where I actually took an opportunity to jump into a full Ironman on 10 days notice as well, and completed that in 12 hours and like 52 minutes. But we can get into that later as well, because I had to borrow my friend's ID, because you have to actually qualify for that race. But yeah, so through making the sacrifices, you actually find these challenges. And I think it just depends on how you rise to these challenges of getting in there and just sitting on the Bronco horse and just going with it for a second. That's a choice. But yeah, through making choices, you're able to actually become someone better. And this is what like Mars and Keegan talks about heaps, is like make those daily actions, get onto that. And I was fortunate enough to have martial arts at an early age, or straight out of school, to at least give me some form of, I need to keep getting better, or an accountability. And there was no one actually giving me accountability. Like there's a lot of unhealthy and unfit people in martial arts. I just wanted something better. And I knew that if I was actually to trade my time and money now, I could actually live a fruitful life down the track. And look, we're still on that journey now to mastery, and I absolutely love that. And I don't think I'll ever stop. I'll still be 80 years old, absolutely trying to get after it. Probably not trying to ride Broncos, but definitely trying to run like long distance endurance marathons and stuff like that down the track. The one massive powerful thing that I actually found growing up was the ability and the power in saying no. And if I wasn't 100% committed to hanging out with mates or doing certain things, I would just say no. And that then led me to getting to bed earlier and actually having more ability or more commitment on the mats and in my training. And that just helps me rise up in the ranks. Not faster, but just that a slow accumulation to a point now that it's undeniable that I'm still in this top spot in Australia here. Yeah. So this leads me to some of my core pillars, because my whole week is to perform. I have 3 sparring sessions a week, and that idea is that I'm actually needing to perform. I need to be at a gold medal standard, that I show up on that mats and perform for many reasons, because people try and take my neck off and actually like want to prove something to other people as well a lot of the time. So if I show up to places, it does get into a little bit of a ruckus, but I can't show up and not be in quality performance mode, because otherwise then I'm putting in and laying in bad information into the body. And I want to actually keep this good information of my body understanding that it's fast, it's agile, it's quick, and it has that response to the response to the technical response to the stimulus in front of me. And as soon as you sort of tire or lose your breathing, it's the downward slope of not able to do that. So at the bottom of my pyramid here, and I believe it's actually like similar to sort of like the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But this is the revised version, because we no longer need those certain things. So nowadays, in our society, deep sleep has to be the priority. If you're not getting deep sleep, you're not actually recovering, you're not repairing, and you're not allowing yourself the ability or the potential that you could possess to excel in everything and anything. So the way you do that is throughout your day, you need to attain proper breathing patterns, because the way you breathe during the day is how you'll breathe during night, because night is a subconscious pattern. So you have to take control of it during the daytime. And that leads into different protocols, different measures for everything and anything that, or, your recovery or what you're showing up to do for your performance, even when you're needing to sit behind a computer and actually do work. I have a catalog of not only exercises, but just protocols, simple attainable things that take 2 to 3 minutes that allow you to flood your brain with oxygen and allow you to get into the flow state and attain that state faster. Now, the next level up would be your energy sources. What are your hydration, your diet, all leading towards the fuel that you are fueling your body with. And we can go into that deeper, but look, I found that so many different people have different sort of ways of getting around this that I try not to step on people's toes on that one. Do what works for you. Now, the other area that I actually froth on is body mechanics. And this is the sort of area that I would focus on. How are you walking? How are you moving? What is your, what are you doing from the chair to the fridge? That's an energy expense. If you're able to optimize that and make it easy, you are now storing more energy for you to then perform down the track. Okay. And now that's massive for me, because I need that energy source. I need every sort of bit of energy that I can tap into in dire straight times. So this actually leads into something great called head over foot. And when you start actually balancing head over foot, you find these small little shifts between your left and right sides. And everyone could feel it sort of now. It's just oh yeah, why am I, if I stay in the center all the time, I'm not actually ready for that left foot, right foot. And if you practice head over foot, do it next time you're going up a hill, you'll notice this smooth articulation in your true balance of you going up the hill, and it'll make it easier. And this is, I want life to be easy, because I already have too many challenges in my not only sport, but in my training. And the other side of that would be, with body mechanics, is martial intent in all movement, so that you're actually making, yes, when you're going from the chair to the fridge, to how you're laying pipe with your girlfriend, all of the beautiful above things in the world that you do could attain some martial intent in all of your movement. And this comes to even how you're looking at your phone, right? Far out, we sit here with the neck long, far out. Find some different measures, find some different stimulus to add to your repertoire, and you'll open up these sort of easier options, or not put yourself into a bad position where your neck's sore. And that's been a very fun one to explore, actually, trying to help people remove back pain and all of this sort of neck pain. It's really simple, because it just comes back to a simple idea of finding true balance. Now, the next thing up, because when we go back to that fight where I was sort of getting my ass beat for one round against a heavier opponent, the actual only thing that got me over the line wasn't to try and hurt him, wasn't trying to do anything bad to him. It was actually just my mental drive and my spiritual attainment of, I am here with a purpose, and I showed up today not to die, to actually win. And I emotionally go through a very, very big roller coaster coming up to these fights. And not many people talk about this, but a great man called Georges St-Pierre that he's an absolute idol in me. And if Jeff, the Canadian Jeff, is still online, I hope he is. My man, he talks very openly about this and the roller coaster of emotions and feeling inadequate. But the beautiful thing is once you commit yourself to something and you say you're going to do it, it's very, very hard to knock yourself off that. And it will only be you, your mental resilience, that will actually push you back down into that hole. So this is a massive key, and it's very, very hard you can't just meditate on it. There's so many other areas behind this, but it has a very, very big catalyst to people succeeding. So I do like these conversations on like, what is the purpose, and finding your why in things to attain next levels. And yeah, then the next level up from that, it would be that you actually have to train skills. You have to train technically what you're going to do, your A game, having a B game, and also like your last resort. And that comes through training. That comes through showing up daily and doing that work. Like I love that Keegan set up these like sort of markers in the uncom sort of community. Like if you can 4-ball juggle, you've earned that skill. Like you had to do the reps. It's perfect. It's a way for men to now show that they're actually doing something instead of just saying that they did it and not actually owning the skill. Because there's a difference between doing the skill and then actually doing the skill with your eyes closed or under pressure. And that's part of like where I guess these other areas come into, like, what is your purpose, your why? Have you checked in with your energy sources? Have you got proper breathing in this chaos amidst this intensity? So yeah, this is my pyramid that I live daily by, and my partner as well lives like, we're on the same page because of the chaos that and the severity of my sport, that it's like dire straight consequences if you fuck up. So yeah, it's very rewarding having a partner that actually knows this and is also working on these things with me daily. So very grateful. So this led me into building Wild Potential earlier this year. And it was a little birth child back last year, June, but finally got it out there, registered the trademark and whatever it is called. So yeah, now Wild Potential, I'm trying to coach men through this process. And I focus on 3 key elements here, okay? The breathing, rotational movement training, and martial intent. Now, the reason that I do the breathing is because that is your base, right? That's our pyramid there. If you haven't got that, good luck. Good luck like doing the extra hand balancing that you need to do to unlock that skill, because you're now lost your breathing and you're like exhausted. We need to attain the breath first to then allow us to optimize not only our recovery, but our sports performance. And this is a course that I run called Recoding the Baseline Breath. Now, that just comes down to, I've focused so much of my life on trying to recover in 1 minute. What am I doing in that 1 minute there? And that's been a big focus for me. So from that, I understood how to build the best way to attain a recovery breath throughout the day. And yeah, I've built a great program and got a video course out, which is doing really, really well, and excited to get that out more to the world as I continue to grow. The next area would be rotational movement training. I use this to enhance athletic intent into the strength room, because the truth is, like, everyone is strong. Everyone is strong when they're able to have the right parameters. Everyone is strong when you have all the time that you want to show up to that barbell and lift it the way that you want to lift it. This is the argument of like, if I put pressure on you, are your skills still going to work? If you close your eyes, can you juggle? So what I found by enhancing martial intent into everyone's day is that it actually gives the person the power to analyze and understand their own true balance. They know where the next step is without delay or question, because they understand innately their own true power, their own awareness, their own spatial awareness of where they are moving in the space, where they are moving, and controlled strength in the space at which they possess. So the idea is as well is, if you are in any delay in my sport, if you're thinking about something before doing it, it's over. It's not a process. You have to do it. And so these moments are not seconds, they're down to microseconds. And I could go into that deeper, but I'll just leave on that. And if there's more questions on that, we can touch on that later. Now, the last thing that I'm absolutely frothing that Keegan sort of pushed me into this area of getting into and teaching something that I've been training for the last 14 years is literally martial intent. And so what structures do you have in place in order to defend or attack at any moment? Now, I don't attack unless I have to. But I at least have that plan. And Paul asked us the question, it's like, what happens if someone comes and punches you? It's like, yeah, that's the moment that you can't be thinking. You're already having something in place. Now, what I do with people and as a coach is I help them build strength in their own body and understand how to move their body in a way that is giving them, I guess, this true balance, but keeps them lethal, keeps them in the hunter mentality, because we need to control our body, and I have to control my body against other human beings, which that's a whole nother kettle of fish when you've got another person your weight that's as strong as you trying to manipulate your body. That's like putting body weight on you and doing chin up, and that's quite challenging. But what I like doing is I like working with people that are trying to go from, well, what we do is we work back from a ground up basis and start building isometrics, getting people's muscles and tissues to lengthen and hydrate in these sort of intense areas. So we use isometrics first, then we start getting into movement where we are grooving the patterns of moving from point A to point B. You could simply take it as if someone has a bung left leg, you get them practicing moving one point to point A to point B and then coming back to point A. And then just grooving that over and over again until the tissue is hydrated and used to being in that area. Because if your tissue is not used to being in that area, when it gets pushed to that area, it will create tears and it will create that spasm and injuries start happening from that. So we need to start building that connectivity back into the body and allowing the muscles and the tissues and the cellular, like on a cellular level, adapt to this new stimulus. So, and the last area that I would attain with martial intent is the ability to cycle. Similarly, you could use a simple example of sprinting, right? That ability to then use point A to point B and consistently going forward or backwards with it. And obviously, I've built it out in areas that we use footwork, body control, and punching and technical areas, with bringing it all together with making you a better boxer and puncher as a unit. Now, why the breath? Okay, so the breath, we've spoken of it before. It's like, what do you do under pressure, right? So it comes back down to these ideas that everything is a moment. The moment can be 1 second to 1 minute to 1 hour. So leading into a fight for me, far out, those nerves, when do they kick in? Weeks before? Months before? And then still even those nerves might be happening as you're walking up. But the truth is, if you have the right protocol, you're able to react and respond to the stimulus and dictate the result for your future. Why? Because now you're in control. You have a program in place. You've done the work. You've allowed yourself to become focused and remain calm amongst the pressure. So this is where we start intercepting stress and understanding how to down-regulate the nervous system. I use the baseline breath to help men and women, but mostly men, to stop having too many breaths per minute. And so I'd love everyone to just take a hand to chest and belly at the moment for a second. And let's like just try and tap into like, what is your breathing like this one up here, short and shallow? And then I would actually like you to tell me, or you don't have to tell me, just feel, is it in the hand on the chest or is it in the hand in the belly? Are you able to bring it down lower into that belly sort of breath? Having that slower, longer wavelength. Because the trip is the less you breathe, the better your breathing rate is. And that's the goal here, that what I do with people trying to recode their baseline breath, obtaining a better breath rate per minute. And it's hard to do unless you have the right programming in place. So the next area, rotational movement training. I'm a WEC Method qualified coach. Went over to San Diego this year and absolutely had a blast. Ended up meeting David Weck himself and staying over at his house for 2 days, which was ridiculous. Great download of information. And that's where martial intent also sort of grew from, understanding that there's not always this Western martial arts. It needs to be intensity. Started to actually dial it back, and actually, what is the Eastern martial arts that led this inventor, David Weck, to these discoveries? And so with Weck Method training and rotation RMT training, we focus on 3 things: coiling core training, which is the ability to rotate between both sides. So you're side bending, and we would add these isometrics, and everyone could feel this right now, right? Like take your head over your foot and then try and like drive your elbow down to your hip while you pick your hip up. And it's this simple action. While you're doing that, you'll notice your other right shoulder starts lifting. And that's the cool thing, is now you've got this ability of like what is called brachiation, where one side is long, one side is short, and you're bringing your hip up to create this contraction and compression. And that's where we would start adding isometrics and holding those positions to allow the tissue to get used to being in that area. Now, the next side would be rotational movement training, the RMT. That's where we use the coil to coil, okay? Adding this area of left to right. This is essential for optimal performance because you're able to now understand where you started and where you're going to, and you're now not questioning your doing and having this ability to go there without thinking and remove the second guessing. And if you're second, you've already lost. That's the life and sport that I live. It's like I just want to do things that are that are the fastest. What is the best? What is the fastest? And I'll do more of that. The last thing has a place as well called bilateral torsion training. This ability to keep the head in the center. Your common lifts like your deadlifts, and also like broad jumps and stuff like that. But I work in that area of actually internal torsion and external torsion, right? So if you roll your shoulders forward and let yourself go into sort of a Jefferson curl, that's internal torsion, and that's beautiful. That's a great thing if you know it. If you're not used to being there, it will fucking send you into a little bit of a tissue spasm. And then the furthest extent of your external torsion. And I train on both of those torsion lines. Now, utilization, pause. Damn it, missed it. The utilization of RMT and these tools would come into something that I absolutely love. So here, 30 kgs on a landmine machine, okay, swinging it up. Notice this short side of the right arm. This is us creating the coil, okay? And so these are the landmarks that I was just speaking about. I'm in my coil here, and if I was to hold this, this would be coiling core training. But, does it work? No, press. But I start throwing it around, okay? And then I'm switching it to side. This is when you start adding RMT training into it. Now notice the heels are up. I'm pushing into this weight here. This is the difference that I like to attain in the strength room, is this forward intent, because my power's got to go through something. Like I'm not just standing there pushing air. You know, you've got to have this ability to punch through something. So yeah, I love tools and using things to enhance this ability to utilize those 3 core things. And so I find clubs are great. And ropes are definitely one of my favorite for the spatial awareness, coordination, and the spinal engine, and bands, which I train with limit force resistance bands. And there's many more, like even when I was lifting and working, whenever you lift something, you actually end up coiling on that side of your body. Lift up a big sheet of timber. You're going to coil on that side of your body, and that's you coiling. So basically, you can have martial intent in all movement and add it into your day. Now you're training daily, training in every rep possible. So with martial intent, I found with coaching it that you're able to face danger and no longer have a shock of it being foreign to the system. So you end up becoming prepared. You're able to navigate and orientate with purpose. And we work with trying to build towards the ability to defend. Like ultimately, I want to be able to defend my woman through anything and do that cleanly to the point that I could get my whole family out. And if I have to attack, and I need to have that protocol there. And the way we're like achieving that is giving technical structure to the limbs. And this is where like we could start talking about why I don't punch with like a closed fist and I don't sprint with a closed fist and have these hands. I don't know if you guys can see me in the screen, but having these hands that like actually don't know what they do. And it's like we create these we create these triangulations into our hands so that we're building a structure that technically knows what it's doing. And there's some deeper intent in that as well that it stems from our DNA. So we're also building towards the goal of having true balance in every step and rep. And this then in turn gives us confidence in what we're doing and showing up daily. So what if, I like this question, like what if you're able to start adding these things into your daily life? What if you're able to attain certain ability that allows you to have more energy to show up for the things that you love? That's something that gets me excited. And what I love to speak about is this innate ability inside all of us, because we are made from the Creator, the God. And he gave us something earlier. We stemmed from the ancestors of hunters. Like our DNA has evolved to these things. So that might mean, what if us right now have lost information on how we should move, how we need to hold our hands, how we should punch, how we should position our body? So I just keep asking that question, and it keeps leading me on this beautiful journey to mastery, which I function from a factor of truths. If it works, I'm going to use it. If it's fastest, I'm going to use it. And yeah, it's keeping me excited. It's keeping me energetic. And I just like to keep putting that question out there. Hey, like what if we could attain a little bit better balance in our day-to-day life? What if you started actioning some martial intent throughout each step that you were taking forward? Would you have more everything and anything abundance in your life? So as strong men within our community, especially the uncommon community, we strive to optimize the human experience. As a coach, I commonly see that men actually feel weak within their bodies when presented with pressure. Like not many people wanted to show up to go do boxing training or get into the jiu-jitsu mats. And that's where a lot of my friends and I like sort of parted ways at the younger years of my life. And it was great because it opened up more time and space for me to keep exploring and getting better in these other areas. But this leads me into this question of what I'm trying to solve now with Wild Potential as a coach. How am I solving this? Well, as men, we should be the strong protectors of our family and community. So we need to know how to optimize our human experience to gain confidence, to know that you can provide and defend. And I use those three core pillars that I just spoke about to actually attain that. So how can we sort of attain these things? And this is what I was just saying. I use everything that I just spoke about, the breathing, to rotational movement in my strength training, to martial intent in all movement, to attain this ability. And this leads me, because I would love to share this with the world, to I guess have my confidence. Like I'm not arrogant, but I'm not afraid. And I hope that other people can have that energy as well. So I look forward to trying to share that and grow that with Wild Potential. So men are faced with challenges, the challenges of feeling weak if there's a threat or even pressure. Like making sure that you can actually do something. So what is the solution? And this is where I've built the Initiated Man Project. And this idea came about from a conversation with my partner about the initiation process of the Indigenous Australian people. Now, she worked in education, and it made us reflect on how the schooling system has just like removed this protocol from young men that they need to go through in order, young boys, to become this man. And like truly removed elders and passing this information on to that generation. So in order for these boys to actually become men, there needs to be this process, and it has to be stemming from either their fathers or from a mentor and these greater people. So just noticing, Keegan even mentioned it the other day, it was brilliant. Like, I was like, yeah, that's absolutely on the money again. Like, Western society is like lacking in these protocols. We're trusting the schooling system to do it. And it's evident, it's 100% evident in the men that you see walking around today. So just like to end this with like saying that I actually want to help men that didn't even get this initiation, honestly, because I was looking for that, and that's what led me into becoming a savage of like showing up into fight gyms. So I want to help men that have not had this initiation, and because I believe it is a God-given right. Because when we have strong men, we have strong boys plus strong family units, and I think that will create a community that not only Uncommon is already doing, but that I want to be involved with and have around me, that I want to have those people around. So I'll open the floor and stop sharing my screen to any questions. Yeah.
Powerful, brother. Thanks for sharing. And yeah, that concept is super powerful. I did just a little bit of sparring. You did one session with me, showing me some body position stuff with boxing, and Jay Top, whose father's a pro boxer, did one session with me. And yeah, it is a big thing. Even just doing those tiny bits is like a step forward for me as a man. I don't want to get in fights with people, and I know I'm not a good fighter as a result of those things, but it was good for me to get punched in the face with 16-ounce gloves on and go, yeah, that's good. That's fun. Like I see what's going on here. So yeah, I highly, I love where you're going with this. You got the soft side, you got foundational stuff that people should do before they get too crazy about throwing leather at each other. And yeah, it's a beautiful thing that you're building, and I would love for you to have more influence on Uncommon Men with this, and obviously building your own community as big as you can, and crossing over the other way at any time in the future where I can add value to what you're doing is the goal as well. We want everyone to build the biggest thing that they can and the best thing that they can locally, online, in their niche, whatever it's going to be. So well done. Questions there for Ben, other stuff that's coming up, breath and combat.
I'll have a look through the chat as well.
We had the conversation with Brian Michelson this morning. I'm not sure. Yeah, you would have. It wasn't a good time for you guys, but I have to send it to you, and vice versa as well. Have you spent much time together?
No, there's just one call.
Yeah. He's a good man as well. He loves the rotational stuff and the patterns, and I think his floor sitting stuff is really good. It's like the foundation of his transition into the rotational theories. Like he got really into the Godard and functional patterns, and he's got his own system around that stuff. So I think we need to organize a chat where you two both present and share ideas and how it all connects together, the diaphragm and the patterns, and see who else is up to share concepts within that. Yeah. I think that Garrett's coming from the Czech background, which is hugely rotational, and yeah, the crossovers are good and the conflicts are also good, like where it's not the same thing.
Yeah, love it. I love those like sort of conversations. So yeah, jump at
Tony,
that opportunity.
Tony's saying he wants to. He's calling you out. I think you got. You're calling him out, Tone.
No, I got a question.
Oh, right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So something I struggle with is that's my gym in the background.
Love it.
Get him up there.
I want to do everything. Hey, yeah. I want to do everything in my training, and I struggle to fix on one thing. Like I'm doing CrossFit, but then I like I butcher rope, and I love doing the rope flow. I love doing all things. So and it kind of sounds like you do a lot of different things as well. But do you have a structure to your routine, and how do you manage that? Like wanting to. Well, do you have any thoughts around that? Like want to do a lot of things, but yeah. Sort of like that. Can you get good at everything, or
fuck yeah, you can, bro?
Or how do you think about that?
Yeah, great question. Hey, because like, bro, this is like, like, yeah, have like you might need to have a little bit of what they call ADD or something to build into like where I'm at, like because it's a constant thing. Like that, I was trying to find extra minutes in the day to do those things, but I've definitely dialed it down into a structure now, and it comes into harnessing them and integrating them together. And that's what the initiated man is, bro. It's like we're trying to bring this like integrating all three of those things together. And you easily do that when you work with the breath. So look, the simple thing would be in the morning routine, you're using you're working with your breath early and you're moving with that, and then trying to hydrate your tissues and get the body feeling this, I guess, ability. And then I would work into my rotational movement where I access feeling fluid and movement. And then I start lifting and getting and going and doing my chin-ups and my stuff. And then it's about what you down regulate with. Because if I stay stimulated at that moment, that's going to set me up to not actually recover them quickly. So I actually need to switch into recovery mode immediately. So I have a protocol there that like you access the ability to catch your breath. So then once again, you're working with, like, I can only imagine you're CrossFit, bro. You and Ben Kelly both like get to this level of mouth breathing and intensity. And it's like, yeah, great. But how do we switch it back into down regulating so that you are recovered, not only for the next rep, but for the next thing that you're doing before you eat food, so that you can process that food and get back out there faster. And that's my goal, man, is I try and get 3 sessions in a day. If I'm not doing that, man, my girlfriend gets like, you know what I mean? I'm Nancy. And so it's about using the protocols throughout the day. And it takes time. It honestly takes time because there's a learning phase. And through the learning, you know what I mean, is when it like actually starts becoming easy. So like back to these hand positions real quick, because this is the best one to start explaining it. It's like we don't actually like run or punch with a closed fist. There's this ability to snap and bring your fingers into a triangulation. And so like you would start, and like I sprint, and I'm going to sprint this morning when I'm off here, and I won't be running with like help me hands. I'll be actioning this, knocking the middle finger into the center, taking the first finger out and around, and then knocking that over with the thumb. And what that does is it brings a nice tendon structure into the body. And what I would do is, bro, I'd be in the car when I'm driving and I'd be stretching my fingers. I'd be playing these games. And obviously I've built now a program towards how to do that and attain that within 5 minutes daily. But like accumulation is the key here, and consistency. So knowledge is knowing. You have to know what you're doing first. Otherwise it's like we're losing time. So yeah, let me come up and spend the day. But so like, legend. Everyone feel that, right? It's like when you lock that middle finger in the center, and what you're going to find is that you actually can't get that to the center part. You're going to have to force that. And that's fine, because that's your tendon. Like your fingers are just tendons, and they're trainable. And then you take your first finger out and like fucking reach that, and then put that over the top there, and then knock that. So this is my new peace sign, because this is too fucking placid for my life. This is like, oh, help me. I don't know what I'm doing. But this is my peace, and it's peace until it isn't peace. And then if I have to attack you, I'm out. Boom. and I'll use it to my advantage because I have intent behind what I'm doing. And once you give structure to your hands, you're starting to have intent with not only what your movement is, but with what you're doing with your body. So once you're doing this, try and drive your thumb into the center here, and you'll notice that there's a tendon down in your little elbow that sort of like gets activated. And you can like train that tendon. This is how you start getting your arms to assist your running, to assist your movements, so you actually start getting more power, because now you've got tendon dominancy that we need, that Ben Patrick made fucking beautifully. Because it's like, yeah, athletes need to be tendon dominant, especially me. I work in a weight class factor. I struggle to put on weight anyway. Like I need to drink like raw milk gallon by the gallons to actually put on weight. But yeah, I'm going on a little bit of a rant away from your question, but it's about knowledge is knowing and putting in the work, basically. Hey, yeah.
Love it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks so much, brother. That was really powerful. It's great to hear you unleashing, and yeah, there's been a huge progression here. We probably didn't get much of the foundation there, Benny, but you know, it wasn't that long ago you were thinking about selling solar and $10 sessions for uni students and all this stuff, and now you know you're traveling the world, you're doing your thing, and you got magic. You're living where you want to live in Australia, and it's a beautiful thing. I know we had our false starts and our moments together as well through the journey, challenging you along and such. But you know, step by step, we're going to a good place together. Jeff wants to just share something there before we move on to Nicholas, who I'm sure Jeff is very excited to hear.
Yeah, I'm excited. Just thank you is so great. Having done Muay Thai and BJJ, it resonates. Just had a quick question about the bare hands on the bag. Can you just walk us through that? Like, could you just give me? I've got a bag outside that I hit, but I tended mainly with gloves. But then I'm like, I mean, I do hit it occasionally bare, but I just like, yeah. Can you give it just a quick 30-second? Hey, you should do this and this. You know, obviously, I understand the need. Just kind of what your process is there.
I love that you want me to do it in 30 seconds when I've got like so much information on it.
I know. I don't want to take up too much time. I'll drop an NFT of you
We'll make it the next one.
Right? Yeah.
We'll make it the next one, Jeff. You have to.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Sorry, what am I doing? Am I going to drop some things like basically?
Let's go hard on it. Let's do it properly, because you got a system and you want to.
Yeah, let's do it right.
On hands.
Yeah.
Great question, and I love the idea. Thank you.
Jeff will be out there breaking his knuckles on his bag.
Yeah. Thanks, legend.
Baby.
Awesome. Thanks for that.
Was great. Thank you.
Thanks for the platform, Keegan. It's an absolute blessing and an honor to be a part. And thank you for leading. Appreciate it.
It's
great standard, brother.
Ben was one of the first to go and stay at someone else's place within Uncom as well. He went and hung out with Lee, who Jeff knows as well. So it's stayed in San Diego. Lee's got the best home gym in the world. It's like a commercial facility. It's world class. Ben went and hung out there, and then got with WEC as well. So it's another cool thing when you go on the road and you go and see the world. You get to meet new people and see cool stuff. We went and stayed there just after you were as well. So very cool.
Did you run the trails with him, big fella? He's a
we did some nice hikes. It was good times. We were just chatting the whole way, business, crypto, going hard, training. Yeah.
I'd just like to finish this. I'd love to connect with anyone if this resonated, because this is my passion, this is my life, and this is my heart. Everything I spoke about today is genuinely how I live and what I do daily. So I show up, and I'd love to be around, help communicate with anyone else that wants to show up.
Drop your IG and your Calendly in the chat there. For I think
it's the same. Ben 8 Watson Legends. I'd love to hear from everyone. Appreciate y'all. If you took anything away from today, because passionate about it.
Yeah, you're gonna get to get that live event going. Guys can get down there and have the real in-person experiences. The next phase of the Ben 8.
Yeah, we're on the figure 8 path, bro. It's infinite, brother. It's infinite. That's what it is, man. I just couldn't put the 8 on the side, eh? Sorry.
Very cool. That makes sense.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're heading across to Nicholas Ducha. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Luke. You had a big contribution here over the whole event. So thanks for your time and efforts. I want to give Ben Rowan a shout out as well, but he's not here yet. He put this whole event together and did the hard yards to get this thing off the ground. But yeah, Nicholas is a master hand balancer. He was at the first ever Bali Time Chamber event. He doesn't consider himself a master, but he's very good. He's a master compared to anyone I know. But he hangs out with the best in the world, and he lives that lifestyle. He's been able to live that lifestyle in part because he's made some intelligent decisions with understanding some of the new technology that's going on in the world. So he's going to talk to us today about some technological changes and opportunities that are happening. And he shared a little bit of it with me via some messages. And I asked him if he'd be willing to share a little bit here. And he took the opportunity. So thank you so much for joining us for this today. And looking forward to hearing from you. Ben's just decided to join right at this moment as well. So I was just giving you a shout out, Benny, that the event was made possible because of you, and you've done the hard yards to get the publicity out there and make sure there was people to turn up and listen, as well as people to turn up and speak. So thank you so much for putting this together. I'll give you a run before the next one, but I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it. All right. Ben launched an NFT project at the end of the NFT phase as well, but he's very much into the crypto scene. Kevin Pendelski messages me about crypto. Half the messages we'll have will be around the crypto scene as well. He's very much into it. Eamon Fisher's done his research and had his look at the game as well. So I'm thinking who else is there. Looking forward to the conversation. I'm not sure if you've spoken to Jeff, but Jeff is very much into this scene. He's got his Bitcoin miners and more. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Keegan. And thank you, Ben, for putting it on. And thank you, Ben Watson. Oh, well, Ben Watson, too, for the stretch. This thing is killer, man. It's got my forearms ripped. I've been stretching all while sitting here. It's nice. Well, I'm Nicholas, and I think maybe where we get started here is just we talk about where I got started, and that's I was studying economics back in 2010, and I really had a passion for it in college. It was like the one thing I loved, and I really enjoyed my classes, the one that I didn't really cheat in. And then I got into the World Economic Forum back in like 2012 and 13 and was watching videos on YouTube. And from there, I dropped out of school because I was recognizing that the world, artificial intelligence and augmented realities and the fourth industrial revolution was coming, and that everything I was studying in school is quite irrelevant. And I picked up yoga because I just recognized that basically what was coming was out of my own perception and out of most people's perception. And the only thing I could really do for myself was become more aware. And that way I would be able to see opportunity when it came and it arose. And so I did that for about 5 years. And then one morning I woke up and I saw Chainlink. And it was 2019. I saw Chainlink on Twitter. I just moved all my Bitcoin into Chainlink because it had really cool memes. And it seemed like they had partnered up with Google. And I just all in my money. And then I started to do some research. And as I did my research, I just started to like really fall down this rabbit hole of like, oh my gosh, Chainlink is the one. I know like everybody in crypto thinks their token is the one, but for me, my opinion, from my perspective, it is the one. It's going to grow and, outgrow most of the cryptos out there, top 3 at least, if not higher. And I guess from that frame of reference, like everything here is my opinion based off of all of my study, and I could be totally wrong about all this stuff. But anyways, now to go on to Chainlink and just talk about all of that. If there's any questions or anything anybody would want to know in particular as I go along, I've got the chat open. Feel free to drop them. So that way I'm not just on total monologue mode, but I will just go on and communicate what's in my mind and what I see with the value of Chainlink. So Chainlink, it was created in 2014. Well, the idea was sort of generated in 2014. Some could say maybe even before that. Smartcontract.com was actually registered 8 days before Bitcoin was even created. Smartcontract.com now registers to Chainlink's website. Take that for whatever you want, but that's there. But in 2014, Sergey Nazarov, the creator of Chainlink, he was creating smart contracts on Bitcoin utilizing outside real world data. Realized that there were some inefficiencies there with utilizing the Bitcoin technology. And as Ethereum started to come up, he started to realize he could launch a token on Ethereum to then financially power a decentralized Oracle network, which would power this Oracle network would power real world data into smart contracts. And that was Chainlink was then founded in 2017 with an ICO. And it was at around the time where a lot of the hype had already built up for a lot of tokens and died off. And so Chainlink really didn't get the mass like layer one boom that a lot of 2017 ICOs saw. And it sort of fell under the radar for a few years. Link Marine reporting in. Yeah, I've been, Link Marines. So in 2018, they were just building. And in 2019, 2020, early 2020, they released price feeds for Ethereum DeFi. And they subsidized these price feeds by selling off the Chainlink token. Like any really good business out there in the world, they recognized that by subsidizing their product, they could make a superior product in the competition. And they, took a hit on the initial upfront of all this. These price feeds were powering smart contracts on Ethereum, like Aave was a lending platform, and Chainlink powered this price feed data, like Ethereum price feed, into the Ethereum smart contract, and it would allow people to basically lend their Ethereum, and the price data would allow for the contract to execute properly. If the contract on Aave didn't have this price data and it wasn't a reliable data feed, then essentially the Oracle, the price data feed becomes this attack vector. So another way to look at this, to zoom out a little bit, is that Chainlink is this decentralized data pipeline. And on a bigger scale, it's able to feed data of all sorts of information to these smart contracts. And I guess a way to scale back there would be is we need to understand like what Ethereum is. And Ethereum is this, smart contract platform where we can have these smart contracts that are essentially replacing the contracts that we have today, and everything is sort of based off of in the legal structure. And they're highly limited in their ability to function because they don't have information from the outside world. And Chainlink really serves this purpose to bring real world data into smart contracts. And, I guess to tie it in with Uncommon, what you're doing here, Keegan, is that what I see with Chainlink is that it has this unique ability to import health data into smart contracts. And you're talking about all of this like leaderboard competition. What if there was a way to verifiably bring onto chain that somebody achieved a 60-second handstand, and like there wasn't a way that that could be messed with to some degree, whether it was a video or something like this. And then we were able to create a contract that then like rewarded that individual for achieving such a feat. Without a proper Oracle mechanism to execute that contract, you're relying on the trust basedness of, right now it's just in its early stages, we're relying on trust of the video content where artificial intelligence might be able to come in and, fake a 60-second handstand or something like this. But I see in the future where we're going is this ability to maybe like blood pressure, heart rate. Maybe these are easier, more executable data points that could be inputted into smart contracts. But there's a whole myriad of data points that could be inputted here. And then zooming out from Uncom and then going into the bigger picture, 10 times more valuable than all financial data in the world is health data. And so crypto to me and a big picture is like, yeah, we're starting here with these financial contracts and all these things, but we're moving to monetize and leverage health data in the world, because health data is highly siloed and people don't trust it, and it's very privatized. And something like Chainlink and its ability as a decentralized data pipeline has an ability to unlock health data and allow it to be served like these contracts, insurance contracts, all these kind of creative entrepreneurial social contracts. And we're able to monetize it and move it around and unlock its real value in the world. I'll have to check this out, Jeff. Yes. And so it's about that. And I guess another way, now that we have this whole idea of big picture of it being a data pipeline, we could talk about the tokenomics of it and how the token works. And so the Link token really powers this whole Chainlink network. And essentially, Chainlink is a marketplace for node operators and then the people who are building decentralized Oracle networks. The people who are building decentralized Oracle networks would be like Aave, a lending platform, or say Keegan, if he wanted to build a decentralized Oracle network that would secure health data to input into Uncom contracts, he could essentially go to this marketplace and say, I need to create this Oracle network to transmit this data, this health information, and I would need to have, let's say, 10 node operators run this Oracle network. So I have a decentralized computational program that's running in between these 10 node operators, where the 10 node operators don't necessarily have the health data and the health information, but they're able to reliably move it across from the real world into the smart contract for us in a decentralized manner, a secure manner. And those node operators would need to hold X amount of Link based on, Keegan's preference of like saying, I have this Chainlink tokens at stake. And if I like screw up or I mess up on this data transmission and it's not reliable, then I will, get slashed these tokens. So those Link tokens are staked by the node operators of themselves to basically be higher prioritized in this marketplace on potential node creators like minds, when they say, okay, I want the most secure and highly reliable decentralized Oracle network for this contract because it secures, $5 billion. And I really need to know that this information is going to come in here and it's not going to get tampered with. And so I'm going to pick the best node operators that have the most Chainlink at stake, the highest reputation in the network. And you pay them in Chainlink tokens. And so you have this mechanism of the node operators needing to hold as much Chainlink as possible. Community members, the opportunity there for you, if you don't want to run a node, is that you would just buy the Chainlink token and you would stake the Chainlink token into you'd stake the Chainlink token with your preferred node operator, and that node operator would give you a cut of what he's able to make because he's holding your Chainlink. And then you have the payments all happening in the Chainlink token. And then you basically essentially have this Link token priced to as as it powers more and more financial products, health products, smart contracts on Ethereum, or every other chain, the price of the token is going to rise because it's securing more and more and more value. Like, one of the things Sergey Nazarov says is that, like, what if the TCP, the internet protocol, had an actual value? And what Chainlink's vision is to create the internet of smart contracts. And what if there was a token out there that, as this network grew of smart contracts, that it just kept going up and up and up? And that's essentially what we as Chainlink Marines believe Chainlink is it's this token that powers the internet of smart contracts. And yeah, I would say that's a long ramble there, but it hit a lot of points. And if I think this is a good place to slow down and ask if there's any questions, or anywhere I could maybe go into more detail, or if we'd like to continue onward, we can say, like, where does DeFi go after we have Chainlink powering this thing, and where is the opportunity? Having all this knowledge of Chainlink, where is the opportunity in crypto markets, or where do I see that opportunity? So, does anybody have any questions?
I do. I love it, man. It's great. Like, I feel like we could just sit here and talk for hours. But I think it would be good because my wife was listening to the background. We're just kind of prepping meat and putting it in the freezer for the winter. And one of the things that's coming up is, I think the audience, would be good for them to understand that Oracle part, like what an Oracle is and why that data is important, especially why it's so important to be decentralized and not necessarily a centralized system. I just would kind of be curious to your thoughts on that versus a lot of governments and health providers. They like to keep the data internal versus, it used to be security reasons, but also they have the ability to go in and change it as needed or hit delete. Just like to hear your thoughts on all that. And then, of course, the future price of the token and investing opportunities would be awesome to hear also.
Yeah. Thank you for the great question and place to explain. So an Oracle, goes all the way back to, like, old times, right? The Oracle was the people up in the mountains that were, like, the truth sayers of the society and the culture. And so, that is what the Oracle is for smart contracts. It's the thing that verifies truth in many ways. And so it's really important that a single party isn't necessarily the Oracle. We've seen so many. You can look up Oracle hacks or Oracle exploits on Google, and you would find up just billions and billions of dollars lost because people relied upon poor oracles in the space, right? Because if these Oracle, like, we know that blockchains and crypto and Ethereum and Bitcoin, they have all this security because of the decentralized nature of them. Chainlink, however, the blockchains, Bitcoin, Ethereum, has these security things. Oracle, if the Oracle is not decentralized in its nature, and you have a single provider of data information inputted into this highly reliable, secure network, well, basically the attack vector on that contract shifts from Ethereum or Bitcoin to then the Oracle. And so you've essentially lost all security and reliability because you have a single source of information over here that's highly exploitable. And once we can exploit this, well, we can just take all the money over here in Ethereum. And so it's so important that this component over here, this Oracle network, is just as decentralized. It's just as reliable and highly secure and all of these mechanisms than the blockchain itself. And, I think what makes it really interesting too is when you start to realize that, like, okay, like blockchains like Ethereum, Theta, Solana, Polygon, Arbitrum, all of these exist in this little area over here of blockchains. And blockchains have really unique properties to them. They're able to host these contracts. They're able to create tokens. They're able to move tokens around. They're able to act as ledgers, but that's pretty much their limitations. And the oracles over here, they open up a whole new opportunity for us, because now we're not necessarily limited to this ledger and this blockchain technology. The Oracle network is created because we're able to utilize and leverage this Chainlink token, which is built on a blockchain, but it's this new innovative idea and concept that we can create a token on a blockchain, and then we can utilize it and leverage it to to incentivize an entirely different network marketplace over here that can do its own thing, and it can infinitely scale. And because we go back to that marketplace, Chainlink has really unique properties in its ability to scale, because each decentralized Oracle network is an Oracle network within itself. So, you build a Dons are decentralized Oracle networks with 10 computers. Well, that's like a localized Oracle network that's running on itself, doing its own thing. And then you could have, 50, 500, 2,000, 100,000 of those built horizontally right next to each other. And they're all doing their own things in their own environments. And they don't really affect each other whatsoever. And then you have things like trusted execution environments and all these other unique properties that they're developing with inside of this Oracle network. And you're allowed to do so much more than just inherently just transmit data. You're able to start to transmute executable transactions. So oracles provide this, not only this truth from the real world into the blockchain, but from blockchain to blockchain. And that's what CCIP is, cross-chain interoperability protocol. And that just got released a month or two ago. And they've been working on it for years, but it essentially acts as this bridge to move from token from Ethereum to Polygon. And, there's a lot of different bridges out there. Most of them have been exploited, but the thing is with Chainlink CCIP that makes it so much different is that it allows these executable transactions. So say you can be on Ethereum and you can be on Aave, which is that lending platform. You could make a deposit on Aave on Ethereum and essentially have that deposit then set off a series of other transactions on multiple different other chains, and then bring everything that you've done on all those chains back to Ethereum, and you haven't even left Ethereum yet. So people can interact with the chain of their choice and go and do all these transactions on all these other chains and have all of it brought back to them as well. So it's not just executing the message of the token, but it's executing more complex processes. And this gets really interesting when we start to talk about real world assets. And this is one of the big things that is coming out, is that these real world assets, and for instance, houses on chain. That's one of my big things, is the houses on chain. Is that, a lot of people are real estate bubble is going to collapse. It's going to collapse. And it's the real estate bubble is, in my opinion, just nowhere near collapse, because we don't see houses on chain yet. And when we start to see houses on chain, we're talking about taking a very highly illiquid market and making it super liquid. And how do we do that? Well, you're going to be able to go to JP Morgan, and you're going to take your house, and you're going to be able to talk to JP Morgan, and JP Morgan will be able to put all of your data and your information via Chainlink onto JP Morgan chain and create this NFT that represents your house on JP Morgan chain. And the only way that they can then move that onto Ethereum, or where the liquidity is through CCIP and Chainlink. And so Chainlink knocks off all the boxes on, identity data and being able to move these things around to be able to bring the real world asset onto chain and connect JP Morgan chain to all the other chains or Citibank chain. And so you can then start to imagine that we have private bank to private bank movement of assets, leveraging this technology and not loss of data, because this is where like the economies of scale come in, where you could have all these separate services to do all these different things, but it just makes sense for somebody to just use Chainlink to just knock off all the boxes, and it allows them to connect to all these chains. And it's just so highly more efficient than utilizing identity data solution over here, utilizing the real world asset solution over here, and all these things. And then they're limited to their, certain chains and stuff, where you have one plug in and with Chainlink, and then you get access to all these suite of services that they can do. And moving on from the real world assets, then we could see, okay, we bring this house on chain. Well, what value does that bring? Okay, well, it brings more liquidity to the housing market, but also what it does is it takes that value, let's say $500,000 house. Well, then that person can, let's say borrow a little bit of money against the house, and then utilize it and leverage that money and put that money into work in DeFi. They can start to put all these real world assets, and they can start to go and attack aggressive yield with it. And, some people, they don't want that aggressive yield, but there's a huge opportunity there for people who want that more aggressive DeFi yield. They're, not wanting these treasury bonds, and that's, to each their own flavor. But you see, as we get more in real world assets, and which is a huge trend in crypto, that it's going to move the needle on DeFi, because as these assets come on chain, those people who have that new liquidity is going to attack DeFi, and they're going to look for opportunities. They're going to look for yield in the space. And that's where DeFi becomes really interesting, because you have this little financial ecosystem that's already set up on Ethereum, and they've recreated in multiple places. And I think this would be a great place to just really go over a brief summary of what DeFi is. DeFi allows token swapping, borrow and lending, and token creation as its base layer. Token creation, you can swap those tokens, and then you can buy and borrow and lend those tokens. There are more derivative products on top of that, but you can essentially say those are the three foundations of all those. How would real estate bring DeFi, make it more liquid for the owner? We will get there. I will build upon the foundation layers of DeFi, and then we will hit that why this makes it more liquid. So with token creation, we're able to create all these different kinds of tokens to create all these different products. And for instance, one of the most important crypto products out there for DeFi is DAI, made by MakerDAO. And DAI is a decentralized dollar, decentralized stable coin, not like USDC, which is powered by Circle, or Tether, which is powered by this these central powers that are bringing those money on chain. DAI is a decentralized dollar that's backed by a variety of different assets. It is backed by the USDC, so it is highly dependent on the success of the USDC and USDT, as we'll see as we move further into this conversation. But then on top of DAI, there is a protocol called Curve Finance. Curve Finance is really what set off the whole DeFi summer of 2020. Most, Chainlink price feeds can also be, put as one of the sparking catalysts. But what was the sparking catalyst of true yield in DeFi summer 2020? And it was Curve. And most people had just no idea what Curve was doing at the time. It was very just new, innovative product. And it's Curve Finance is an automated market maker very similar if you've ever experienced Uniswap, token swaps, all of these things, but Curve Finance really specializes in stable coin swaps or like asset swaps. So USDC to DAI, DAI to USDT, all of these things, Ethereum to stake Ethereum because they're the same value. It's very able to financially incentivize these trading of these like assets and become highly liquid in a concentrated area. And so what you have is three pool. Three pool is at the heart of DeFi. Three pool is a trifecta pool with USDC, DAI, and USDT. And basically what happens is in this pool, if any one of them depegs off of $1, the protocol financially incentivizes somebody to then put more money in the DAI pool, or put more money in the Tether pool, or put more money in the USDC pool. So essentially you have this mechanism at the core of DeFi that's stabilizing the power, the price of the decentralized DAI. And that DAI being stabilized before Curve came out, DAI depegged to 80 cents. But like people don't really understand to some degree in crypto that like if USDC or USDT would depeg, it would be like a destructive force to also DAI, because what pegs DAI to $1 essentially is this Curve 3 pool. And its functionality is like, it's like the heart, in my opinion, of DeFi. And it offers like the least amount of yield because Curve has renounced the contract. It's like thrown the contract to the side. It's just a very simple mechanism. And in DeFi, a really good thing to think about as crypto goes into the next run and everything, that the risk is reflected in the yield. So you see high yield and you're like, Monkey sees high yield. Oh, let's like ape in, let's get that yield, let's get that money. But like there's risk there. Like if the yield is high, like you have to realize that the market would bring the yield down if there wasn't risk. And so you need to think like, okay, I see all this high yield, but like, why are they offering it? How are they giving it to me? Like, people could have like looked at Luna and Anchor and said very simply like, oh, Terra Luna, UST, they offer me 20% yield on Anchor, but Aave over here is offering me 4% on USDC. And so the market over here is giving us, a very healthy rate at 4% APY on Aave, but Anchor's offering 20%. There's a 16% gap there that says, whoa, like, that should be an eye-opening thing that says, somebody is forking the cash for this yield, and this yield is not inherently sustainable because the market elsewhere is telling me, look at over here, we're only offering 4% and it's not as, inflated. And with that approach, the people I learned this, these ideas and concepts from DeFi were very short on Luna the entire time, and they could see it for what it was as it was going on. And yes, Jeff, always ask. What is the asset that can afford to pay me? Yeah, and realistically, there will be some great high yield opportunities in this market, but they always come with their risk, and you should be aware of that risk. And everybody has different risk preferences in crypto and risk appetites, depending on where you are. You have family, you don't have family, all different kinds of sets of risk, how much money you're playing with, how much money you need to make, all to the person who's doing that. And so going back to how would this DeFi infrastructure, make it more liquid for the owner? So essentially what we would be able to do over time is, as we bring a house on chain, we would be able to have like part owners of the house. We'd be able to swap that house into like an automated market maker very fast, more efficiently, and we would be able to pair that the ability to move that house with all these funds and the liquidity that's happening in DeFi would allow it for the owner to have more, liquidity. Like, some people have asked me, like, why haven't I invested in real estate? Because I'm just waiting to buy it on chain. I don't want to deal with the modern system that's out there. And I'm just waiting until I can just, swap Ethereum and just buy this thing super efficiently. And I guess from there, I would just say, some of the market opportunities I see out there personally, not financial advice, from all of this is like, okay, we see Chainlink price feeds, Chainlink oracles popping up, and we see that this is a huge trend. And yeah, if you have sizable amount of finances and you can make a play in the 5, 6, 7 figures, like Chainlink's a very good option for the money, or Bitcoin even is, or Ethereum is a great option for your money. But not everybody has that financial power to move and like be happy with like a 10x or a 20x. Like, that's not enough for them to gain freedom. And so what I do in markets is I basically leverage all of this knowledge and say, okay, now where is the place in the very small market caps that I can leverage this knowledge to, make some money? And for instance, one of the protocols that I'm like really bullish on right now, and I'm just sort of sitting on and just waiting for, is this protocol called DFX. And it's a decentralized foreign exchange automated market maker that would allow you to transfer USDC to Chinese yuan and all these other digital central bank digital currencies, or central bank currencies just having a stable coin of their own on the chain. And it leverages, like, what makes it so unique than other foreign exchange protocols that are trying to do some stuff is that it leverages Chainlink. And so by leveraging Chainlink, and I'm very obviously passionate about Chainlink, I'm like, okay, these people are utilizing Chainlink price feeds from Forex markets into their foreign exchange in this very highly innovative way. And while their protocol only has a couple $100,000 worth of liquidity in it, I believe that as this DeFi bull run picks up, that even if it doesn't actually become the foreign exchange of all foreign exchanges, as Chainlink moons, no matter what, these Chainlink people who just made a ton of money on Chainlink are going to start to funnel their cash into lower market cap projects. And I feel like this one has this opportunity to really attract a ton of money and speculation on it, because markets are highly speculative. And if it does that, well, then you buy now and you sell later when it's higher. You just are patient and you just sit there. And so I think that what is your long-term thoughts on Chainlink at $15? You 1,000 plus. We're a little bit bull-tarded on Chainlink. It might be out of the question, but if it is securing all of these markets and trillions of dollars, like, we think everything's moving on chain, and if Chainlink is really taking a huge pie of that, which it already operates and like secures 70 or 80% of DeFi, like, why can't Chainlink be worth $1,000, $10,000 one day? And I truly believe it's possible to see in our lifetime, and unless somebody else figures out the Oracle space and all of that. But yeah, I think it's huge. Chainlink could go next level. Jeff, you got anything to say?
I got to figure out how to unmute this because I'm on my phone now. Dude, I'm just like, wow, this is all so good. I mean, for some people, if you're not in the crypto space, imagine a lot of the words are maybe flying over your head. But I'd like to just point out something quickly and then get your feedback, because when people, when you start getting into this space, and this is why it's so important, is imagine if you had the keys to the internet and you could just go in and change the web pages to say whatever, but you couldn't really see that happen, right? Like you could make someone's Facebook look a certain way or ghost them or get rid of certain things and all that. And this is why it's so important with DeFi to have these protocols working and able to keep true information and being able to stop people from literally changing history. And so when you understand the effects of that in finance and data and everything else, it's pretty huge. I know that you're excited about Chainlink. I'm curious, like, what's some of the downsides? Like, what's some of the maybe competition or things that you know, maybe if there was something that kept you awake at night, what would that be?
I sleep pretty cozy, but
I know, me
yeah,
too, man. Yeah.
Like Layer Zero, right? Layer Zero is like a interoperability protocol that appears to have some, you know, bit of traction and ability to connect chain to chain, and is like interested by certain parties. But like, you know, some people would say quant. I'm not actually really sold on the quant thing. Like, really what like excites me about Chainlink, and is really hard to say about any other protocol out there right now trying to do what they do, is just how much value they've already secured and how many, you know, transactions they've already been the, you know, the truth sayer about. Like, you know, everything else, like, you know, quant, for instance, is just sort of like, oh, there's rumors of these backroom deals going on, and that like one day, you know, the flip's going to be switched, like XRP, you know, they're going to flip the switch, and it's just all going to, it's like, you know, with Chainlink, we see this thing of like this progressive adoption and use over time. And so I'm not, you know, unless I see something come up that's like starting to secure value and it's starting to really, you know, get attracted as this, you know, truth option, I'm not so nervous about it. And I, you know, it doesn't really keep me up at night in that regard. But I, you know, going back to your point too about this financial data, one of the things I just listened to on my, you know, this morning as I was going to the gym was it was a conversation between Eric Schmidt and Sergey. And Eric Schmidt's, you know, the former CEO of Google, and they were talking about artificial intelligence. And then you're looking at just not just the importance of this financial data for us to transact and everything, and this truth on chain for us to transact, but then you're starting to ask yourself, like, what truth is the artificial intelligence relying upon, and how is it getting that truth and that information? And if you start to really, like, you know, DeFi is, we're just talking about the infancy stages of what, you know, where the opportunity is in the next year, 2 years. But really where we're going is DeFi, decentralized insurance, health data, artificial intelligence, and smart contracts running entire smart cities and fully automating the entire world, because there's this fundamental trust at the core of our society, and changing the way all humans interact in between each other, because we have enabled a whole new level of trust. And, you know, it just goes way beyond financial contract trust. It's, you know, and artificial intelligence is the, you know, the next big wave. And that's where I think, you know, when you look at it as a decentralized data pipeline, you can start to say, wow, like, okay, not just financial data, health data, but it's like, what is going to take, you know, your information and give it to the artificial intelligence? And how are you going to trust what that artificial intelligence puts out if the information isn't reliably getting put into it, and somebody can tamper with the, you know, the data pipeline that's into it? And that's yeah. Thank you, Jeff.
Love it. No, this is great stuff, man. And it's so critically important, because we're moving, everything's moving so fast, right? Like, people don't really, like, for many people, they don't understand. The average person walking around doesn't even think about these concepts. And it's just, yeah, it's all moving so quick. I think it's great. But yeah, I would love to converse more with you, man, on this.
Yeah, thank you. I do too. I love talking about it too. I think a lot of people can say they do crypto, but like I truly love it. Just like I said, going back to my school days in economics, I love it, and I'm passionate about it because I see certain use cases in health and fitness, but also too in the environment. Like one of the things that really caught my eye back in 2020 was they were talking about how they could finance reforestation leveraging NASA data satellites, and basically essentially create a smart contract where you lock money away, and then the NASA satellite would input the data of the forest that had been destroyed. And when the NASA satellite showed that the forest was green, well, then the money would be unlocked for the person who, rebuilt the forest. And right now you can't make such a contract because it would last like 10, 15, 20 years to get going. And, who knows what kind of, tampering would go on with that contract and how the money would get paid. And you wouldn't really rely upon that contract. But, with a smart contract, we could essentially create these highly sophisticated products to really change the world and, change our relationship between humans, because at the most fundamental level of our society, like we're lacking trust in between all of ourselves, and nation between nation, company between company. And to me, blockchain technology is trust enabling technology. And that is its true value proposition to the world, is to enable a world full of trust. Some people are fearful of, the control aspect, the blockchain aspect of crypto. And you can look at it as control, or you can look at it as accountability system. So right now our system doesn't hold anybody accountable for their actions inherently, for flying private jets or, eating meat, for instance. And, we can all debate upon, whether or not eating meat, changes the planet, but it does have certain effects on carbon levels inside of the atmosphere. And if we were able to tokenize carbon and have a highly reliable tokenized carbon credit, utilizing leveraging outside world data, well, then we can start to price in externality costs of society users. So the person who flies the private jet not only has to pay for the gas and all the other expenses of that jet, they have to pay for the cost of, expenditure of carbon. And the same thing goes for people in health data and all these things. When you're unhealthy and you place a cost on society for your unhealthiness, you're going to need to pay a cost for such a thing. And maybe you should also be rewarded at the same time for your health. And, what better world would it be in is if we could have everybody here who's, always, taking care of themselves, taking care of their health, being better financially rewarded because of a new system that holds people accountable. What stops, or we'll answer this question and then we'll wrap it up here. What stops or confirms the input data from being correct? So essentially you have data input A over here and data output, and then you have the decentralized Oracle network here, which consists of 10 computers. And when the data comes in, it gets run through all 10 computers over here. And if if 9 computers come over and say, this is the truth, and then one of them lies, well, then essentially we're able to tell that the one person is a liar really quickly because 9 other computers said, this is the truth. So unless you have collusion with inside of the Oracle network to say a falsehood, well, then the truth is said from point A to point B. There are
clarify the question, Nicholas, is prior to it even getting into the Oracle, the actual data source for whether it's financial data, whether it's health data, whatever it is, if that is falsified already, the rest of the system is at risk, right? Because you're essentially, it's like ChatGPT. If what it's been trained on is incorrect, it doesn't matter how you ask it, what you prompt it, that's sort of what I'm getting at is like,
Yeah.
how do you ensure that the actual input data at the very root level is accurate?
It's a very good question, and it definitely is the right question to ask, because it can certainly, you can see how a system like this could may not necessarily be in everybody's best interest. And if certain powers that be wanted to manipulate the data at the source to some degree, we could inherently, fudge information and then say it and communicate it as truth. And it's as all technology, we have a good and a bad side to this. And, I choose to be a little bit more optimistic rather than, and sort of glaze over that aspect to some degree. But yes, it has, there's vulnerabilities here, but there's also ways we can counteract that. For in terms of price data and like Ethereum price data, the Chainlink Oracle network is leveraging like 30 different price feeds from different sources. So it's got different sources of price feed information from like Binance, Coinbase, all these multiple different exchanges, Ethereum, and it has all of these combined and then, jumped through this system. So that allows it. So if one of them, those price feeds is, messed with and tampered with, like the whole price feed data isn't, disrupted there. But it gets more and more complex when you're talking about like certain truth events in the world, and like how does that get communicated necessarily, and what is the input of data. And I don't really have a necessarily clear answer for that, but I would also say, we should be asking that question and also like aware of it as, even though Chainlink oracles may become the oracles of truth sayers, I'm necessarily always going to be a skeptic in my heart and mind and say, maybe somebody tampered with that information.
It seems like the more personalized and individualized the data that you're inputting, like the less you want as many correlations on that data as possible, right? Like the price data you can get from, as you're saying, multiple sources, you can confirm that, compare it across a bunch of different places. But when you're dealing with like an individualized person's health records, like that's where things, or anything that's more on an individual level, where things could get fuzzy. Just an interesting thought. But yeah, I love what you're saying. Super impressive being able to talk from obviously no notes or anything. So really appreciate that, man.
Yeah. Just an energy drink, and thanks, man. Yeah.
This was really powerful, Nicholas. Appreciate you sharing. And for those who it's complete foreign language to, that's exactly where I was 3 years ago. I decided I was finally going to learn something about crypto after a friend told me in 2016 to buy. Well, he told me that he was a millionaire from Bitcoin, and that didn't get my attention because I thought I was just going to do everything with business. But it is something worth considering that you can become very wealthy without having to earn every dollar through what you do yourself. It is the way it is. I closed myself off completely to that opportunity of making money from something that I didn't have to work hard on. You have to work hard to buy some, but then if you do make a smart decision with this stuff, like it can change your future and your fortune. And Nicholas and Jeff are a good testimony to that. Plenty of people have done the opposite as well, put their life savings in and watched it go away to a bad decision. So no financial advice is being given here, but it's a conversation that is worth having. And even if you're not going to invest, it's the way the business world is going to be dramatically impacted. So you're looking at the future, regardless of where you want to interact with it. I would love to have a bigger conversation about the base level of this, of where the world is going financially, CBDCs. Like there's a whole base conversation of the economic outlook and how to understand economics. And basic, what if university degrees aren't really worth getting at this time because the system's going to change so much? What would the degree be that would be worth turning up to? And what would some of the topics be? That's a kind of a cool conversation that maybe we could jump into at some stage. I know Jeff would be keen for that. And yeah, thanks so much for today, man. It's awesome. Next time, handstand workshop as well.
Yeah, thank y'all so much. I really appreciate the platform to be able to speak, and And I appreciate all y'all, for turning up. And if anybody wants to talk any more about this stuff, let me know, and I'll feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Good. We're going from the richer conversation to the athletic conversation with Rob Anderson. Rob is a world leader in understanding youth athletic development and the change in body shape. Yeah, thanks for dropping your IG in there. Nicholas is been sequestered or requested for presence around the world because of his knowledge about how bodies develop and how athletes develop. He's got a really important perspective around understanding that because an athlete is standout at 13 or 14 because they've gone through puberty earlier or because they're born earlier in the year, doesn't mean that they should get flogged to death with a ton of extra sport-specific training. And then the other end of the spectrum as well, don't forget the little kids that might end up getting to the top. Really, really important messages around that. He's got a powerful system of movement and, Uncommon Success may be able to help him get this out to the world a little bit more. Looking forward to hearing more about it today, Rob. And welcome. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak and to share, the big passion of mine and an area of interest. So I'm just going to try and attempt to share my screen. Hopefully you guys will be able to see. Oh, that doesn't seem to work. What I might do is exit full screen and just do it on a smaller screen. A few seconds. There we go. Okay, let me know if you guys can see that all there.
Yeah, we've got the whole thing there. If you hit the present,
hopefully that will come through and we'll get that sorted. Yeah. Sweet, we're good to go. Perfect. Cool. Well, to start with, I'll give you a bit of a background on my story and how I've ended up getting so deep down the rabbit hole on this side of things.
Yeah, sorry, Robert, it hasn't jumped. We're seeing the full shebang.
That's jumped on my thing. Let me try again.
It might have just been a bit paused.
Let's try that. You see that there yet? Let me try coming out of this and do it again. I had this one time before last week because it was just suddenly decided I didn't want to go full screen. Let's give this a go. Get there in the end. Here's the right thing. Here we go. Hopefully that's us sorted. Screen sharing's paused. I don't know why it doesn't like that. Might have to roll with the smaller ones in the background, Keegan, if it's
all right. Yeah, it's no big deal. I can still see it.
Yay. Yeah, it's Canva playing funny buggers. Can you see that there?
Yep.
Perfect. Cool. So to start with, I want to take you back to 1993 in Perth in Western Australia. And you can join me in the back seat of my dad's car as we're cruising around the streets of Forestfield. And I remember looking out the window and kind of just pondering these people that we were driving past and thinking, I wonder what that individual is capable of. I wonder if maybe that guy has the potential to be a world-class kickboxer, but he just never knew it. Or maybe that girl has the potential to be a world-famous golfer, but she doesn't know it yet. I kind of got fascinated by the idea that deep within each of us, there's this potential, which for the vast majority of us just stays untapped across our lifespan. And it's this kind of curiosity about what we're capable of that's kind of been a constant theme in my thinking throughout life. And as I've kind of gone through my own sporting career and then into coaching. So fast forward a few years and I'm 10 years old. This is me in the back sort of corridor, sort of third from the end there, the little kids, very pale with brown hair. I'm 10 years old and I'm obsessed with football, or as we'd call it in Perth at that time, soccer. My highlight of the week was training and playing for my local club. And the worst punishment I could possibly get as a kid was my parents stopping me going to training. So that was the absolute worst thing that could happen. As a result, it didn't happen very often. I kind of played by the rules because I didn't want to have that taken away. And it was there that I'd meet some of the most influential people in my life, my coaches. And when I go home, my walls were plastered with the images of the best players from around the world at the time. Zinedine Zidane, David Beckham, Ronaldo, not the athletic one that we know today, the fat Ronaldo from the 90s and 2000s. Unfortunately, I wasn't really blessed with any particular footballing talent. And I started at the very bottom, which is the C team that you can see here. There wasn't a team lower than this. This was literally the worst team you could get at my age group. Over the coming seasons, I've practiced day and night in the backyard on my own, progressing from the C team to the B team and finally to the A team. And it was then that I was selected for my regional team. So you can see this is here. I've kind of progressed from the C team to the B team to the A team, and I'm sort of in the middle of the back there, just over the goalkeeper's shoulder. And at this point in time, at age 14, I was selected to trial for the WA schoolboy team with the hopes of going to a tournament on the other side of the country. I passed through the initial rounds of the trial as the group got smaller and smaller, and I made it to the final round of selection. And the time came for the squad to be announced, and I was the very last player cut from the squad. I was the player left on standby, desperately hoping that one of the guys would have the misfortune of getting ill or getting injured, and that I'd get my opportunity to step up to the squad. Sadly, that never happened, and I watched as the schoolboy team went away to the tournament without me. Next year, I went through the same process. We started with this bigger group of trialists, got cut down, and unfortunately, again, I was the last player cut from the team, left on standby. It was pretty gutting. And it was this point in time that I realized something that I've now called the talent gap. It exists in just about every sport around the world, and particularly every academy or talent pathway when we're talking about youth. And what essentially happens is a select group of athletes are chosen to receive higher levels of coaching, training, and competition, medical support, strength and conditioning, nutrition, and psychology support. And that's what happened with this schoolboy team. And the idea being that it's in order to further the individual progress for those individual athletes. The issue we have is this only compounds to widen the already existing talent gap between the chosen few who get these additional expertise and an additional input that are selected into the system, and those unwanted discarded athletes who now have an even greater challenge to try and overcome and bridge that gap if they're to get selected into the pathway later on. So if I fast forward a few years, I'm just 2 weeks past my 18th birthday, and I've packed up all my worldly belongings and I've moved across the world to London to chase the dream of becoming a professional footballer. Obviously, that didn't happen. Personally, I'm the kind of person who would always know the hard reality of whether you're good enough or not, rather than being that guy in the pub with the pipe dream saying, oh, I could have made it if this had just happened or if that had just happened. I'd rather know, black and white, am I good enough or not? So the reality of not being able to achieve one ambition opened the door for another one. In the spirit of those who can't do teach, I decided the next best thing to being a professional athlete was being in the environment around professional athletes as a coach, helping them to pursue their ambition. So I got after this aim, completing a college course, a degree in strength and conditioning science, a master's in applied sport and exercise physiology, and my coaching accreditations with the UKSCA here in the United Kingdom, all with the aim of coaching at the senior level. So this is kind of where it ended up, lots of different qualifications, lots of different experiences here, there, and everywhere. So it's at this point that I want to fire a question out to the group, which is, if you wanted to create the longest impact in an individual's life, where during that lifespan would you interact? Would it be later in life, age 70, 80? Would it be earlier than that, 50, 60, 30, 40? Where would you, put your emphasis? If you're going to place your bet on someone and think, this is the moment in time where I'm going to have the most impact, where would you choose to do that? So feel free to stick your answers in the chat if anyone's gotten any overarching opinions on that side of things. For me, when I started to think along those lines, I started to think a bit like this guy, Francis Xavier, the Jesuit priest. He said, give me the child until he's 7 and I'll give you the man. So what I began to realize in my studies and coaching experiences was I started to get hold of athletes at 17, 18, 19 years of age and thinking, man, I wish I'd coached you at 16 before you picked up all these bad habits. Or I wish I got hold of you at 14 or 12. And I started getting basically further and further down the pathway, thinking I want to get these athletes before they picked up this attitude of thinking they know how to squat and it's terrible, or thinking they know, what they're doing in the gym when actually they haven't got a clue. And I realized that you'll struggle to match the return on investment that establishing healthy habits and a positive association with exercise will give you across someone's lifespan. So what if, rather than correcting unhealthy eating, sleeping, and exercise habits in adulthood, we got ahead of that problem and gave children and adolescents a solid foundation for life? After all, we've all heard the saying, prevention is better than a cure. So this is what prompted me to sort of turn my efforts away from the senior level, away from the stuff we see on Sky Sports or the Premier League or wherever you get your sporting fix, and start to focus on youth. Because how much of that untapped potential that I was thinking about right back in sort of 1993 could we start to realize with the right coaching and the right support? And not only that, but the impact we can make at that young age can last well into our 70s, 80s, and 90s. So this is where I want to introduce you to a concept that I kind of started thinking about that I call the participation paradox. So thinking back to that talent gap where, you know, we get some athletes selected into the system and they get better support medically, nutritionally, strength and conditioning, technical coaching, you realize this is actually a symptom of a much bigger system and what I like to call the participation paradox. So at one end of the spectrum, we have grassroots level, typically youth, recreational club, where we have the most amount of people engaging in the sport, you know, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, depending on the country and the sport. So it's the highest number of people participating, but the lowest level of resources. Technical coaches are often just volunteer mum and dads who stepped into the gap, who maybe been given a first aid and a level 1 in that sport and left for the next 10 years without much support or input. There's virtually little to no effective medical support through injuries and returning to sport effectively. And athletic development, nutrition, and psychological support are virtually non-existent. If you then flip round to the other end of that spectrum, we've got the elite or the pro end, which is where everything I've just told you is completely the opposite. We've got the least amount of people participating in the sport by nature that it's elite and it's professional, but the biggest pool of resources, professional coaches, full-time medical staff, a team of S&C coaches, nutritionists, psychologists, etc., supporting it. So when you think about this from almost an investment perspective, this is kind of upside down, isn't it? Where we've perhaps got the biggest chance to impact a huge pool of people, we've got the least resources to do it. And then at the other end, we've got people who are already doing well. We've kind of doubled down on that level of support. And part of the issue of this is that it creates this stepping stone problem where, for example, in education, it would be pretty unusual for people to say to a primary school teacher, when are you going to start teaching in high school? You know, you've done this for ages now. You've done the primary school stuff. When are you going to start teaching high school? Or to say to a high school teacher, right, you've been doing this for a while. When are you going to go to university and become a lecturer? In that context, we recognize that teaching in a primary school is a specific required set of skills. It's very unique and it's valuable. Equally, teaching in a high school setting is unique and valuable and different than a university setting. We understand that to educate a 5-year-old is different to educating a 15-year-old. They're both different but valuable in their own right. However, in sport, we kind of fall into this different trap where we start to make these assumptions that the coach who's working with the under-16s team isn't as good as the coach working with the under-18s team, who maybe isn't as good as the coach working with the first team. And the issue is the money follows this pattern. So that's why I call it the stepping stone problem, because what happens is you often get really good coaches who work at the younger age groups, but in order to pay the bills or to, you know, support a family or you know, whatever it is they want to do to enhance their life, they're forced to go up the ladder of coaching. So what happens is we end up losing amazing youth coaches with the perfect aptitude, skill set, and experience through a particular age and stage to older age groups because they need the increased wages and you know, reinforcement and all that kind of stuff that comes with that. So what this does is creates a coaching conveyor belt where basically what typically happens is we get someone maybe fresh out of uni, a year or two's experience. They come into an academy setting for 1 or 2 years, make loads of mistakes, learn from those mistakes, and take those lessons up the age grade. They get replaced by someone else who's fresh out of uni, makes the same mistakes, gets taken up the age grade. And this goes on and on and on. And as new coaches simply view youth coaching as a stepping stone to higher levels, the person who really ends up suffering is the athlete at that level. Instead of getting a competent, experienced coach who's skilled in developing the next generation of athletes, we get someone fresh out of university with plenty of theory and little practice and virtually no accountability in what they do. And this is when I've started to ask the question, you know, is this really the best we can do? Instead, what if we imagined a development pathway that chose the very best coaches for the specific age groups they were working with? For example, the best under 14s coach in the world to coach at under 14s, the best under 16s at under 16s, the best under 18s. What would that do to a system? How would that look different? With each coach paid in recognition for the impact and skill set that's required? How much more effective would this pathway be, not just in producing a higher quality of athlete, but how many more athletes would transition to higher levels or have better positive experiences and carry that on for life? So I'm of the opinion that our youth athletes deserve better. And this is kind of what I've taken on as my mission within Athletic Evolution Limited, my company, and the Athlete Academy, which is one of the coaching environments that we serve, to provide the very best in holistic age and stage appropriate youth development coaching to the next generation of athletes. So this is where the kind of the questions that I constantly wake up or I'm constantly thinking about in my practice is like, what if we had that same attitude? What if, we had the right person at the right point in the pathway? What skills would that person need? What knowledge would that person need? What aptitudes would that person need? And what would it look like in a day-to-day setting? So that's where we start to get into this idea of, okay, what does it look like to coach young athletes well? So jumping into some of the myths that, unfortunately, we will inevitably encounter when we coach young athletes. And I've kind of prioritized these a bit from the most impactful to the least impactful. So the first one is that kids are just mini adults. We can just copy and paste what the adults are doing and give them the same program. We can do some potentiation stuff, maybe some contrast training, some bands and chains, some of that high-end stuff, and just give it to a 15-year-old kid. And this really makes little to no sense at all when you understand the physiology of kids. So there's a number of things going on, and that's why I like to use this image here. People think that growth and maturation is this nice linear straight line, what people think it looks like. In reality, it's a much more like the line on the right-hand side, kind of squiggly and all over the place. So there's a number of things happening under the surface when we're working with developing youth athletes. So the first one is in the physical side of things is skeletal maturation. So we're literally the hardware we're working with is changing underneath the surface. So bones are getting longer, the bone mineral density of those bones is changing, which means the levers is changing, the torque's changing. Essentially, we're working with an organism that's kind of constant recalibrating. Where are my hands in space? Where are my feet in space? And that's why we get, some of these issues with adolescent awkwardness, for example, because my hands just simply aren't where they were 6 months ago. My arms have grown, for example, my legs have grown. The second one is muscle mass. So clearly, you go through peak height velocity, which is when you stretch out, and that's typically followed by peak weight velocity, which is for most people when they will accumulate the most amount of muscle mass in their life in the fastest rate. The third one is hormonal profiles. So I'll show you some data in a minute, but obviously, when we go through puberty and we start to really tap into growth hormone and testosterone, that is a real game changer in what happens. There's a huge difference in energy production. So for example, you'll notice that really young kids can go and go and go and go. So they'll, if they're playing games in the garden, they'll go for hours and hours and hours and hours, and then they'll crash. This is because young kids do not have anaerobic enzymes developed yet. So they can't benefit from things like, repeat power training, for example, or anything that's focusing on that anaerobic glycolysis, they're almost pathetically useless at, because they don't have the same enzymes that adults have. It hasn't been developed yet. They're heavily aerobic, which is why they constantly can go and go and go and go. There's another element to do with the skeleton, which is the injury risk factors. So we see injuries in youth athletes that we just don't see in adults. So severs, Osgood-Schlatters, typically those growth-related injuries, which are overuse injuries that most people don't acknowledge. They're growth plates that are sealing off. And they're still very tender, very malleable. You've got a big, strong Achilles tendon pulling on your heel in the case of severs, or a big, strong patella tendon pulling in the tibia in the case of Osgood-Schlatters. And at the other end of that tendon, you've got this really soft, malleable growth plate, and it's just being yanked on by this huge, powerful tendon. So those are, once that's closed off in adulthood, we don't suffer from those issues in the same way. Another one is synaptic pruning. So essentially, our brain's an incredibly efficient part of the machine. Anything we're not using, it wants to clear away. It wants to be efficient. So we go through a process of synaptic pruning as we develop. So pathways that your brain decides, we're not really using that, we can clear that up. We want to prioritize some of these other elements. It's kind of constantly changing what's happening in the brain. And then the obvious one, if you coach kids and adults, depending on some of the context, attention, focus, discipline, those cognitive elements are very different in kids to what they are in teenagers and adults. If you know anything about the teenage brain and the adult brain, even something as simple as risk-taking, the perception of risk taking is completely different. And it's on a physiological level. It's not that kid's being an idiot. That kid does not perceive risk in the same way that an adult does. So here's an example of the first one that this is probably one of the most important things I want you to take away. So this is taken from a good friend of mine, James Baker, his work at Aspire Academy in Qatar. And being in Qatar, they didn't really want for anything from a financial perspective. So they would do what is currently kind of the gold standard of maturation, which is a skeletal age assessment. So this is an X-ray of your radius and your ulna and the bones in your hand. And there's two real methods. One is a consultant will interpret that X-ray against a encyclopedia of X-rays taken across a decade, sort of in the 30s, 40s, 50s, I believe. And there's also like an AI software that will do it. But what you're looking at here is the spacing of those bones and how those bones have matured. And what you can see here is that you get anywhere between 5 to 6 years variance in one age group. So for example, on this picture here, you're seeing their chronological age in black, so what their birth certificate would say they are, versus what their skeleton is in accordance to this method of skeletal maturation. So for example, let's take this chap here. In fact, let's take someone who's kind of quite close to where they're. So 12.7 chronologically, and he's probably around about 12.7 in terms of his skeletal age. If we look at the other end of the spectrum, you've got a kid here who's 13.6, and he's almost completely skeletally mature. So he's a real hardcore early maturer. Now, these guys are barely a year apart, and yet physiologically completely different animals. So they could be competing against each other, and you think this guy is the dog's bollocks. He's going to win everything. He's going to be the future champion. But what you don't realize is this guy is almost finished maturing. He's almost a finished article, outside of training interventions. This guy, from a stature perspective, for example, is finished growing. This chap, on the other hand, has got loads to go, plenty to go. And that's what this is a really good demonstration of. So this is some more intricate data. So this is 2 individuals. From memory, they're less than 6 months apart in birth date. And there's some really interesting comparisons here. So these guys are both in the academy. So keep in mind, these kids are the same age. So you've got one kid who's 31.8 kilos, his compatriot 64.1. So more than double his body weight. His testosterone levels, 27 versus 158. So think about that. That's more than 5 times the capacity of the other guy. If that's the Olympic 100-meter final, that guy's getting banned, right? That's he's got 5 times the testosterone of the next guy. Unbelievable. Max velocity 6.7 meters per second versus 9.6 meters per second. This is not even a race. This kid's absolutely caning everyone. And you can see some of these other things. Counter movement jump height 31 centimeters, 49 centimeters, relative power 53 watts per kilo, 79 watts per kilo. So on the face of it, if these 2 guys were side by side and you just looked at their birth certificate, you go, this guy is, he is set to be a world champion. This guy's a loser. Deselect him. But without that additional maturation data, you can't make an informed decision because you don't have any comparison. You think you're comparing apples and apples. You're actually comparing apples and lemons. They're completely different. So that's a big myth, is that kids are mini adults and they're all kind of the same. There's huge differences going on. The second one that will all come through, and this is a real one that we classically get, thankfully less and less, but it's still a factor. Lifting stunts your growth. It's basically a confusion of a local stunting of growth in a growth plate versus a limitation of your adult height. If I break a growth plate in my radius, for example, that is not going to stop me getting to 6'5". Yeah, that's not going to have a factor. What's interesting also is when you actually look into the data of how you get a fracture in a growth plate or how you stunt a growth plate, it's usually collisions. So it's actually quite common. 15% of all childhood fractures are growth plates. And typically it's colliding with another person or colliding with the ground. So the most typical methods reported are falling off a bike, falling off a skateboard, falling off a tree. In sport, in an American study, ice hockey, American football, baseball, 33% of all growth-related fractures, skiing, biking, skateboarding. Contact sport, in this case, American football, it would probably be rugby league, rugby union in other places in the world, are the most reported. So actually, this is where it's an interesting kind of contextual thing, because people would look at a sport and say, oh, you break your wrist, that's just part of the game. If that happened in the gym, people would ask some very serious questions. But the perception of risk isn't the same. The perception of risk that, oh, that's just part of the game, the frequency of that's far higher than it will ever be in the gym. And actually, even with that, that's not going to stunt your growth. So it's a complete misnomer, really. So in reality, bone actually requires stress to grow. And we know this from the study of astronauts. So when astronauts come back to Earth, if they haven't been undergoing some form of resistance training, they have massive bone wastage. So we understand that gravity and torsion, stress is actually really important in developing healthy bone mineral density. And there's a really interesting study where they looked at youth weightlifters and they compared them to basically their mates who didn't lift weights. So this is literally Olympic weightlifting, snatch, clean and jerk, versus their peers, and then versus adults. And what they found was that those youth weightlifters had better bone mineral density than their peers and even adults themselves. So actually, it's almost the opposite. You're actually far less likely to fracture a bone by undertaking consecutive resistance training because you're increasing the bone mineral density and the quality of that bone. So it's actually been suggested that weight-bearing training has been suggested to be more important than calcium intake in developing healthy bones for life. So if you're familiar with training youth athletes, Roger Lloyd and John Oliver are kind of very high up in the research and written 2, maybe 3 books now on S&C for youth athletes. And they've actually said completely the opposite of what traditional knowledge would suggest, that childhood to adolescence is actually the most opportune time for bones to respond to the forces experienced during weight-bearing exercises. And an important thing to point out here is that there's a good argument that females would even benefit far more than males, because that phase of growth, as we're developing towards being an adult, we're essentially accruing our bone mineral density. Once we mature, we can't stimulate that much further, but we can slow the rate of decay. So we know that, for example, osteoporosis affects females far more than males. There's a benefit of resistance training there to female athletes that you could argue is actually even more important to them than to males, because males don't suffer from that to the same degree. So there's an interesting little side note. So the flip note to that is that actually strength training isn't safe. There's another myth that you'll hear, and this has pretty much been thrown out almost entirely now. So the UK Strength and Conditioning Association, the Australian Strength and Conditioning Association, the American Strength and Conditioning Association, and interestingly, the American Academy of Pediatrics, so pediatricians in America, have all released position statements basically reinforcing the efficacy and the safety of youth resistance training, provided it's coached by a qualified individual, supervised, programmed properly, etc. If you're just letting a 13-year-old kid in the basement train on his own, it's not safe, is essentially what they would say. So another myth that you'll come across is that kids don't benefit from training. Like, why are they even doing this? That, it's a waste of time. This meta-analysis of 43 studies would tell you the exact opposite, that they can benefit not only from, strength increases in those exercises themselves, but linear sprint agility, vertical jump performance, sport-specific performance. So they definitely can benefit. So it's a tool that we're kind of leaving on the table if we're not utilizing it. And then you kind of begs this question of how young is too young to start training? And that's essentially what this slide is suggesting is, if we start engaging in these activities in an appropriate way earlier, we would actually supersede performance that we would have without having done that and waiting till we're 16, which is kind of the typical wisdom. So another one that we'll all be familiar with is demonizing exercises. Deadlift's bad for your back, squat's bad for your knees, all that kind of stuff. We all know that's nonsense. I really like this quote from Dan John where he says, no, the way you squat is bad for your knees. Like, just because that's your experience doesn't mean that's everyone else's experience. And I try and, when I'm educating sports coaches on this, I try and get it to relate it to their kind of context. So take whatever sports skill it is. So typically in the sport I was in, it was rugby, but it could be volleyball, it could be anything. So think about a particular sports skill. Is poor technique in that sports skill a risk? Most likely. Is progressing that too fast a risk? Most likely. Is training too hard or too long a risk? Most likely. Is having those skills coached by someone who has no experience or no real coaching understanding delivering it a risk? Of course it is. So movement training is no different to technical skill training. Why do we think about it differently? So bad technique, progressing too quickly, training too hard or too long, having poor coaches is all a risk for our training in the gym, just as it would be if we're learning to scrum. So the sixth one, this is what you run into a lot, especially with high-performing athletes, youth athletes, is that more is better. So you'll get this a lot from our parents. They'll always fall into the trap of more is better, and they'll get a lot of FOMO of like, well, he's doing one-to-one training with this coach, and they're doing extra sessions, boxing, and this, that, and the other. And what typically happens if someone's a useful young athlete, so if you're at your school and you're pretty handy, pretty athletic, you'll start to get pulled into other things. So I've seen this happen in so many different sports, rugby, football, volleyball, is that the kid ends up playing for the school, playing for the club, playing for an academy, playing for the region, and maybe even playing internationally, but none of those people are speaking to each other, and they don't realize that when that kid turns up on Wednesday, he's actually done double sessions 2 days already that week. He was running cross country at school earlier, and he's got double PE tomorrow, but no one knows this. But it's the same body undergoing all that stress. So that's essentially what this infographic here is talking about, is the association of specialization. So focusing just on that one primary sport and its relationship to training, injury, and overuse injury in particular. And what you can see is like highly specialized athletes just have way higher levels of overuse injuries versus those who are more well-rounded. And a typical rule of thumb, it's obviously not perfect, it's a rough guide, but a suggestion is that you shouldn't engage in your primary sport for more hours than your age. So if you're 6 years old, you shouldn't be doing more than 6 hours of that sport. You should be complementing that with other things. It's not perfect, but it's a good guide to the average parent. And just reinforcing that, it's the key principles of physical preparation. Like anything, work plus rest equals success. It's that balance of training and recovery. And what we're seeing is a real de-emphasis of recovery, less seasonal sports, more sports that are played all year round. And what that's producing is almost an acceleration of these overuse injuries. So you'll see a lot of, in America, a lot of guys getting Tommy John surgery who are baseball players. A lot of kids getting, ACL injuries and stuff that used to be reserved for the upper echelons is coming down. You're just seeing more and more of that at younger ages, tendinopathies, lots of that stuff happening at 15-year-old, 16-year-old. So one of the things I like to prompt people is a bit of a question. Okay, which one of these contexts is safer? So if you take your sport, if it's a team sport, so if we think of the sport of rugby union, in my context, I've got 30 players on a pitch and 1 referee. So theoretically, my ratio there is 1 to 30. Which is more chaotic, that or a gym environment? Can I control the speed of my opposition player running up to tackle me? No, I can't. Can I control the momentum of that individual? Well, no, because I can't control his speed and I can't control how much he weighs. So I actually have almost no control over this situation. Whereas in the gym, I can control the weight on the bar, I can control the speed of movement, the tempo of movement, I can control the number of athletes, I can control the coach to athlete ratio. So in some ways, it's just this bizarre culture we have that, that's just the nature of the sport. He got a broken leg. It's just rugby. It happens. Whereas if that was to happen in my scenario, it would be horrendous. It's just simply unacceptable. But it's because we have so much more control over that situation. So when people typically question me and say, is that really safe that kids are doing that? I'm like, well, I haven't got 30 kids in here. I can control all of them. None of them need to interact with each other on a physical basis. They're not bumping into each other or sprinting at each other. So it's just far safer than the sport they're already playing, that they're not physically prepared for. So it kind of doesn't make sense. So this is kind of a little summary that, considering that pre and early pubertal youth can achieve approximately 50% greater training-induced gains in motor skills in response to resistance training compared to adolescents, we should start looking at this at a younger age and take advantage of that. So actually, if we don't do this early on, we've got a bit of a delay and we can't really pick that up. If we don't start at 10 and we start at 15, we still have that work to do that we've missed. So in reality, resistance training is a foundation for all athletic development. Stronger athletes are better prepared for harder demands. We can improve health and injury risk. Education and instruction should start earlier rather than later. And participation should be continual. If we don't use it, we lose it. And a lot of these traditional myths and fears are pretty much disproven these days. So moving now into my solution. So we kind of come from where we started my journey and what prompted my thought into this process, some of the myths that we have, and then what this looks like in reality in my context. So my solution is the Athlete Academy. After my most recent employment at Scottish Rugby in the academy there for the last 5 years, I stepped out in April of last year to go full-time into this business. So the business actually started in September 2020 during the UK lockdown, which strangely enough, it was only kids that were allowed to train. So the government was paying us all to stay home. And I kind of thought, this is the ideal time to start a business because the government's going to pay me. So I don't need to make any money. It can completely fail and I'm safe. So I started with 4 athletes and we now have over 60 on the books, ranging from recreational athletes right up to international, junior international. Got a number who've played for Scotland, a number who are at professional football academies, a number who are in the Scottish Rugby pathway, football, rugby, cycling, tennis, kayaking, all sorts. So we provide a lot of group coaching as our primary product. Then we have some one-to-one nutrition coaching. We do a regular summer speed school, and we get called in to do a lot of workshops at rugby clubs, schools, etc. It's typically after school, so we usually sort of 3 hours back to back in the evening. We'll do some one-to-one stuff around that, or some parent consultations, etc. But that's our typical kind of delivery model. We kind of bucket people into these 3 buckets. So foundation, development, or performance. So if someone's coming in and they've not really been in this environment, of not had any quality coaching before, they'll typically start in the foundation program, work through our movement curriculum. Once they complete that and they complete their bodyweight assessment, they'll jump into the development side of things, where we're really then hammering down on building relative strength. Usually at that point, that person's probably already exited the program into an academy setting at 15, 16. But if they haven't, then we can go more into the sport specific stuff. All the coaches I've recruited are specifically already have experience in coaching youth athletes. So that was one of the things I was big on. I didn't care if it was, coaching the sport, or it was, in some context, can you communicate with a 10-year-old, and how can you prove that you've done it before, rather than, I've coached loads of adults, but I've never coached a 12-year-old before, because you soon find out it's pretty different. In terms of the way a session works, so we use our sessions. We go through, 10 minutes warm-up mobility, 10 minutes of jumps and throws, 10 minutes of speed agility, and then we transition into our gym space, where we either work through the movement curriculum or we're going through our training program. The way we work it, we essentially, the way I think about this mentally is I'm trying to give these guys a toolbox of skills, whether that's movement skills, whether that's mobility skills, warm-ups, etc. So we have a theme for the month, say, for example, for our warm-up. And by the end of the month, these kids have got a hang of it. So I'm getting them to coach it and getting them to lead it. Our jumps and throws, you don't want 10 different medicine balls going in 10 different directions. So we keep a consistent theme for that we alternate each month. Speed and agility, we might have a theme for the month around acceleration, or a theme deceleration, cutting, turning, etc. And we'll go from sort of pre-planned, fixed, closed drills to much more open, reactive, partner, shadow-based drills. So we're kind of progressing that across the month. But the idea is we're not changing every session, because we want to come back and keep working on that skill and building on it. So we, over an 8-week period, we sort of microdose our testing. So we will do some growth and maturation monitoring. So we'll grab height and weight. From that, we can get a predicted height, percentage of predicted height, which will give you maturation status, biological age. And we'll get a measure of the jumping ability. So either counter movement jump or broad jump. And we'll get an isometric mid-thigh pull that gives us absolute and relative strength. And we'll do some trunk endurance testing in an anterior plank and a side plank variations. And the kids love this. They'll come in and they'll ask me, what are we doing this week? And it's literally 5 minutes. We get a bit of data. The reason I do it like this and not all on one day is if little Johnny's at the dentist this week, we don't have any data for him for this entire month. This way, we might miss one bit, but we get the other 3. So it works really well. Over the course of 6 to 12 months, we start to build up a heck of a lot of the data on these kids, on where they started, and where they're ending, and how much they've grown. Some of the kids in this program have been in the program for over 2 years now. So it's a pretty significant chunk of data. When we look at the movement side of things, so the focus here was really on building a toolbox of fundamental movements. The idea here, I think one of the things that people fundamentally miss when it comes to programming is we limit variables to sets, reps, load, tempo, and recovery. We don't think about complexity as being a variable, and I think it's a really useful one, that we go from more limited degrees of range of motion or freedom of movement to more demanding degrees of freedom of movement. So if you're familiar with any of Franz Bosch's work around attractors and fluctuators, what I'm really looking to do here is to teach an athlete the attractors of squatting, not just to teach them one variation of squatting, like a back squat. I don't know where these kids are going to go next. They might go into a professional football academy. They might go off to uni. They might go anywhere. I don't know what the next coach for them wants. He might love front squats. He might hate front squats. He might love back squats. He might hate back squats. I need my athlete to be able to turn up in that environment and do whatever's required of him, not the thing that I like the best. Whereas you'll find a lot of coaches just teach an athlete to do what their bias is. So I've had a lot of athletes that came into the Scottish Rugby Academy, for example, tell me, yeah, I can back squat 150. You say, have you ever front squatted? No. Okay, well, in this block, we're front squatting, and now you're on an empty bar because you don't know what you're doing. So the idea here is we're starting with really basic things. Once we master that and you show me those kind of attractors for that movement. So for example, take a real basic variation of a squat. For me, I'm looking for 3 things. Can you keep your heels down, your knees out, your chest up? If you can do that, okay, now we're going to mess with that a little bit by progressing you on. Maybe we're increasing the range of motion. Can you get back to those attractors again? Okay, you can organize yourself. Okay, now we're going to mess it. We're going to give you a kettlebell and you're going to do a goblet squat. Can you get back to that base again? So it's almost like they're organizing themselves. We're coming in, messing up a little bit with a new variation. Okay, I can organize myself again. So at the end, you get really efficient movers because they don't just understand one variation of a movement. They understand the principles of that movement category. And the way we do this is we promote learning by avoiding fatigue. So I'm not doing 3 sets of 15 on day one. I actually start with 3 sets of 6. And I tell the kids, I want 6 of your best reps. And all I'm going to do over the period of time is give you 2 more reps. So next week we'll do 8s, then we'll do 10s, then we'll do 12s, then we'll drop down a level. So the idea here is if you're struggling in week 1, week 4 is going to be impossible and the movement's going to be terrible. So we're trying to avoid fatigue and just give gradually increasing practice. So I'm not thinking about volume. I'm not thinking about weight on the bar. I'm thinking about quality of movement, and that being my priority, and practice is what I'm looking for. I find a lot of people with beginners kind of fall into this trap of prioritizing strength. So they might go from, I don't know, a 4x10 to a 3x8 to, a 4 sets of 2. And I'm like, all you've done is give this guy less practice, but he's a beginner. He needs more practice, not less. But you're giving him less and less and less reps. That doesn't make any sense. Like you fall into this trap of programming strength when you should be programming practice. So once the guys come through that 12 level system, which they will enter kind of customized. So we do an initial sort of one-to-one assessment. We think, okay, is this kid a level 3? Is he a level 6? Is he a level 10? We want to get that challenge point right so that it's not so easy they're bored. It's not so hard that they're drowning. They'll progress through, and if they're ready, they'll sit this strength assessment. Now, some of you might be familiar with this. It's a modification of the Aussie Strength Conditioning Association one that I've added a few more constraints to make it a bit stricter. So like a metronome, for example, making it full range, the hands off at the bottom, just trying to tidy up things that people might use to cheat the system. Alongside the movement side of things, we also have a habit curriculum. So this is something that I took from my work at Scottish Rugby. I found a lot of the guys are really good in front of you for that 1 hour in the gym, and the next 23 hours they're undoing it, off at McDonald's, sleeping 6 hours and staying up all night on the Xbox. And I realized that although we talk about psychology, we talk about nutrition, how important it is, the reality is most organizations don't have someone that will come and talk to that kid one-to-one about nutrition. And I realized I can do a shotgun approach here because a lot of this stuff is really basic. We all need to sleep 8 hours a night. Cool. Let's put that in as our focus for the month. We're going to put a theme on it, and we're going to get everyone to report that data. And at the end of the week, I'm going to say, right, here's how you did. Can you improve that for next week? So we're kind of building up across the month, solidify that, then build the next brick. So for example, our foundation guys will work through these gray habits. The development guys will work through the yellow ones and the blue ones. And the idea is we're gradually getting deeper into the weeds of stuff that's more tricky and more complex when we've knocked off that easier stuff. Most of the nutrition problems and most recovery issues go away with the vast majority of these things. I used to get a lot of guys who said they wanted to meet nutritionists for a one-to-one. We had one nutritionist that covered all the international teams, both pro teams, and the full male and female pathway. It was a waste of the nutritionist's time for me to send a kid to him, for him to just say, you actually need to have something for breakfast. I could do that. So I was like, cool, let's do that. So we cleared up a lot of these issues by having this approach. And I've done it a number of ways: pen and paper, which lasts about 24 hours with teenagers. Then I found a free app called Habit. And then I started using Team Builder, which is our platform. So it's all in the one place. If you're familiar with James Clear's work around atomic habits, there's a lot of principles from that. So this is the platform that we use. Team Builder, Train Heroics, the same. They all do the same thing really. But what I've done is bastardize the wellness questionnaires to turn them into habit questionnaires. And gradually, as the athlete moves through our program, they get given more responsibility. So the foundation guys, all that they would report, for example, is these top 2 categories. What's the habit for the day? And whatever test we're doing that week. Their program is then a chart on the wall. You're working through this. We're doing 3 sets of 6 this week. As the guys move into the development stage, it's now on you to start logging your weights and entering testing data, because this is your program. And that's something you'll hear me say a lot. Guys will, take a barbell out of the rack and say, oh, how many reps is it, Rob? And I will never tell them. And they know this now. They start training them, because if I tell you this week, you're going to ask me the same thing next week. So what I say is, I don't know. It's your program, not mine. You need to go and check it, because I'm training you to be independent when you leave here. If you train with us for 5 years and you go into your local gym and you have no idea what you're doing, I've failed you. That's not my job to make myself look good. It's my job to give you the skills and equip you. So this is the way it works. We've got that kind of constant loading, measuring of their loads, because they're entering it. And I can't remember 60 kids bench presses. It's not going to happen. One big element that I'm really proud of and we're very deliberate around is the culture. So as I've obviously pointed out with some of those things around the testosterone, around the performance metrics, if I choose to reward performance metrics, as in who's the strongest or who can jump the furthest, all that's going to happen is I'm going to reward the early maturer. So I was very deliberate around, okay, what do I want to reward? I want to reward consistency, because when everything settles down, everyone's gone through puberty, fast forward 3, 4, 5 years, the athlete who's consistently turning up and applying effort is the one who will be at the top of the tree. And it's also a lesson that carries over to everything, right? Music, academics, business, career. So it's this consistency cultures that we want. So it's consistency is key. You're always competing against yourself. So, you know, what we do every time we test is we have a list of your personal best. So last time you pulled 150 on the mid-thigh pull, can you pull 151? So you're just constantly trying to improve. And it doesn't matter what everyone else did. If he beats you, it doesn't matter because you're trying to beat yourself. Each month we pick one athlete for who we give the Athlete of the Month award. So we used to give out baseball caps, now we give a t-shirt. But the idea is they have to have 100% attendance, and they also have to log those habits away from us. So we have kids who say, oh, why have I not been Athlete of the Month yet? And I'm like, because you don't do the stuff away from here. You just turn up and do the work here. Like, you have to do this bit and that bit, because I want them to understand it's not just training, it's recovery, it's nutrition, it's organization. When kids get to 50 classes, we give them a t-shirt because we want to reward that consistency. When they get to 100, they join the Centurions Club. So we have a board in the gym. They get to sign it. Funnily enough, everyone who signed that is in a national pathway for their sport. This guy, cyclocross, rugby, football, they're all in performance academies. They've got to that level, which is interesting. It shows you what's required. But it's constantly this meshes of consistency. So yeah, it's all about turning up, doing the work, and repeating. So these are some of the kind of testimonials that we get from parents. It's really interesting working with parents. What they see often is not what you see. So we have a huge amount of positive feedback around the habits and around the developmenting of lifestyle away from us, which we obviously don't get insight to outside of the data that they give us. You can see some of the stats. You know, some of these kids. We've got kids now. We've got a handful of kids. They're probably 6 to 10 kids that can pull 3 times their body weight on a mid-thigh pull. It's pretty impressive. Like if you're 12 years old, that's pretty decent. So yeah, there's some good stats there. People who can, you know, have got some serious counter movement jump heights as well. 39 centimeters at like 13 years old and 30 kilos. A lot of emphasis around that emotional and mental development as well as the physical stuff. So this kid, he's one of my favorite kids, but he's a nutter, a little Italian kid who just wants to do muscle ups all the time. But he's one of our guys who can pull 3 times body weight. He's been in the program for 2 years. Another lad as well. So a lot of times it's the feedback we get from parents is really interesting because they come in for a performance aspect. They want to get their kids stronger or faster, but then they end up saying, oh, actually, I'm seeing all these differences in the way he looks at food or planning his sleep, etc. So this is a little summary of what kids who come to our program get. So typically it's 2 sessions a week. They get access to the curriculums for movement and habits, the Team Builder app, the weekly habit reporting from our nutrition coach that goes to the parents. So the idea is if the kid's not reporting anything, the parent gets a nudge to say, give them a bit of the backside. If they've reported stuff and it's really low, say, I don't know, maybe it's 6 hours sleep. Okay, can we kick little Johnny off the Xbox an hour earlier, get him to bed? We've got this physical monitoring ticking on the background. Every 3 months, we invite the parents in for a goal review where we sit down. So I wanted to make us really accountable to say, we're not just making your kid sweaty and saying, you know, did you enjoy it? We're actually making them better because no one is doing that. Everyone's just like, you got sweaty and tired, I had fun, but no one's saying, I've got data that shows where he started and where he finished and we've made it better. Alongside that, we're the only place in the UK that does private ultrasound skeletal age assessments. We have a parents Facebook group that we put resources in to help educate the parents because it's all good and well talking to a 10-year-old about nutrition, but realistically, he's not doing the shopping. We have a referral system in place with a physio, and we've got this kind of flexible booking system to allow parents to kind of chop and change. So that's it from my end, guys. That's kind of where we've got to in terms of the program. And yeah, I'm really interested to hear any questions you guys have, and I'll stop sharing there. Hopefully I've not bored everyone to death.
No, that was super awesome, Rob. Super comprehensive and thorough, man. I've never seen someone give so much energy and love and commitment to kids. And I'm wondering, is it only like local to the UK, or are you guys branching out? Because, like, for example, I would love to somehow get your programming connected with the local city government where I'm at, because I was coaching rec soccer, and it's exactly like you said. It's just a bunch of volunteer parents who hopefully have good attitudes but don't have any technical expertise or anything like that. It'd be really cool if they could get like a faculty member trained or something like that to actually like give this awesomeness that you have to the kids.
Yeah, so one of the things that Keegan Keegan and I have been talking a lot over the years. So I was a bit in Real Movement and then coming to Uncom. And Keegan's challenge to me has always been around producing something online, which I kind of I was resistant to originally, for the reason being that I and probably most of us always think it's better to get that live coaching feedback in person in front of someone if you can. So that was my stance, is like, no, I'm not going to do that, because I don't think I think the kids should get a coach. But realistically, what I realized is for 99% of people, either they don't have access to that, or the person they do have access to doesn't really have the knowledge and the expertise required. So I've actually been busy away since our last call, Keegan, putting our program online. So we're going to launch in 2024 the Athlete Academy Online, which is going to be basically access to literally our program as it is, the full 12 levels, not the full amount of testing, because some of it wouldn't work. You'd need the equipment, but certainly height, weight, broad jump, the trunk testing, the habits, all that kind of stuff is going to go online. So yeah, it'll be available to anyone, anywhere in the world.
That's exciting. I'll definitely be promoting you to Coppers Cove, Texas. And
awesome.
I'm wondering if any of your squad would be able to help out with, I don't know if you heard about in Vanuatu, but they have like an opportunity with the soccer teams there with the youth soccer development. And it sounds like they could use some help. So I'm wondering if you've heard of that.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of what Keegan shared around Uncom FC and the Vanuatu team. So yeah, I mean, that's like, obviously that was my background originally with soccer, and it was my big passion until I actually got into the pro game and realized how much, unfortunately, how poor the culture was at that time. It is changing. But yeah, that's certainly something that we can look at. There's a lot of guys we've got that come through from those pro academies to us, because certainly here in Scotland, it's an interesting one. It's not like England where you have a huge number of massive clubs. Here, realistically, in Scotland, you have two clubs, Glasgow Rangers and Glasgow Celtic. Anytime any one of those comes knocking on the door, everyone's going to sign for them. They have all the money and everyone else doesn't. So what happens is they get really good sports science support and training and coaching. The rest don't. So they're looking to fill the gaps themselves. So it's something we're used to seeing is kids that are in a pathway but maybe not getting that extra support.
Well, I'm rooting for you, man. I appreciate you sharing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's funny. Ben's system. Ben's comment. I wish I was in your system when I was a kid. I think essentially what I've done is created what I would have wanted. So that's interesting you said that, because yeah, I look at these kids and I think, man, I would love to be here. I'd love to be in this environment. Any hope for the Wallabies? Well, I mean, hopefully can't get much worse. Yeah, I don't know. Starting from ground zero, I think.
What age would you say that specialization is a positive thing? And then also, I've read some stuff on training balance and balance coordination and stuff like that before 12, but then after 12, it becomes less beneficial for kids. What's your thoughts on those two things?
So the specialization one is an interesting argument. I think personally, if say, for example, it was my son or daughter, I would keep them playing multiple sports for as long as possible until it got to the point where someone was like, no, we really want you in this pathway and we really need you to commit. So yeah, it would be one of those ones where I put it off as long as I could, but probably you're talking really realistic around sort of 13, 14 is usually when that kind of stuff happens. And people are like, listen, if you're serious, you're going to have to come more nights a week, which means you're going to have to give up basketball, or you're going to have to give up this. But honestly, what's really interesting is the athletes that I've worked with, the most successful one, so one who was just at the recent Rugby World Cup, he's just started collecting his international caps for Scotland. He was a boxer and a rugby player, probably a better boxer than a rugby player. His brother is a professional footballer now, but multi-sport family. Another one, ironically, he's a second row, he's 6'7", but he was a basketball player that came into rugby. So these like skill sets are so transferable. And what is really interesting, and I've heard coaches say this to me, so when we get like footballers who came in and rugby players, they view the game differently. He's like, they're so much better at seeing space, so much better at running into space, so much better, obviously, kicking wise. So there's so many complementary things. And I think people really, yeah, they jump into that too soon, and it's at the detriment to the kid. In terms of the balance stuff, it's not a huge amount. I've read around a massive bit, so I probably couldn't comment too much on that. But it certainly makes sense when you think about the cognitive development and the vestibular development. If you're still falling down around 10, 11, 12, you're probably having some issues. But it's one of those things that certainly Bill Knowles has some really interesting stuff around the neural element after injury and like ACL recovery and stuff like that. And so there's some people that say you should keep training it all the time. But to some degree, I guess you could argue any form of unilateral training is balance training to some degree, whether it's not specific on a slack line. So yeah, to be honest, it's probably something I could benefit with, because my balance is pretty horrendous. So yeah.
And then the last thing I would ask is grip strength. Do you guys do stuff for grip strength? Because I know that's a big thing for kids. Typically, they have, like, you can see a big difference in athletic performance by the kids' grip strength, especially in contact sports. So curious what you do for training.
Yeah, that's a real interesting one. So there's a bit of insight. So I'm currently involved in discussions that, even though I've left Scottish Rugby, I still do some stuff for them as a consultant. Their previous sort of age banding assessment involved grip strength, but the research has kind of moved on from them, because part of the issue with that is it's trainable, right? So I could train a kid for this assessment. He could pass your assessment, but he's not actually physically ready. So it's not something we train, but it's something that is constantly training in the background, because every time my hand's connected to a bar, we're doing it. But as an interesting anecdote, so I got one of these kids who comes to me. He's tiny. He can't be taller than 5 foot. And he's like 13, little Indian kid who plays hockey. And he's just a little legend. He's one of the guys that pulls 3 times body weight. And he was at a hockey camp, and they had this competition for winning a hockey stick. They said, right, whoever can hang the longest is going to win this hockey stick. And long story short, he won it. Like, kids dropped off after like 15 seconds. 2 minutes later, he's still hanging there, because we do chin ups and pull ups and all this kind of stuff. He's like, this is easy, like, no bother. So it's one of those things that I think if we were to test it, I think we'd find, compared to the peers that don't train, they probably all have pretty good grip strength. But it's not something that we implement per se, because we've got that kind of total body isometric mid-thigh pull setup.
Yeah, you guys are training it. I mean, you're not doing exactly grip strength, but pull-ups, all that stuff is.
Exactly.
It's funny you mentioned Celtic, the football club. One of the guys I went to school with, Tom Roderick, was one of the players there. I think he retired recently. But it's funny, I remember him at school. He was never an outstanding soccer player, like, by a long shot. He was actually my best friend. He was the second, like, backup player to him, but he was the standout futsal player, so indoor soccer player. And that was his thing that he was just by far the best at. And obviously it's kind of this, like, I know it's still within the same family of sport, but doing something very different with the insane footwork. And that's what I think led him to transition into proper football and then be able to make it as a professional, was that base in futsal that, you know, even though he wasn't the best youth player for a long time, I think it was only when he became sort of 18, 19, 20 that he actually was looked at as a soccer player, not a futsal player. Yeah,
it's really interesting. So 2 things spring to mind when you tell me that story. So the first one is essentially you see this maturation bias in sport, where they'll unless they're actively monitoring it, they will naturally select early maturers. It happens. You see it all the time. And people get that confused with relative age effect. They're independent, because the timing and onset can be different. You can be born in the first quartile of the year, so you'd be in relative age 1, but you could be a late maturer. You could be born in quartile 4, but be an early maturer. And what you typically find is, if there are guys that are late maturers in a squad and they're managing to still survive with guys who are early maturers, they've really got something about them. Because what typically happens is, if you're an early maturer and I'm a late maturer, I know every time I get the ball, you're going to smash me, right? So I've got to start thinking a bit smarter. I've got to start scanning over my shoulders to preempt you coming, which develops my vision. I've got to get a better touch, because I know I only get one shot of this before you come in. And I start to make better decisions. So instead of trying to go against you physically, I'll pass the ball. And so what happens is, I kind of have almost removed that advantage away from you, because your physicality isn't helping here, because I've developed this other side of my game, this technical awareness. What happens is, the early mature is often the opposite. He knows, I can win this ball. I can win this shoulder barge. His touch is not so good. He doesn't need to worry about scanning as much, because he's pretty confident in the challenge. But over time, as everyone catches up physically, you now have this late maturer who's as physical as the early maturer, with all these additional skills, technical, tactical, visual. And suddenly that early maturer looks really average, and that late maturer looks outstanding. And it's because he was forced to develop these other things that the early maturer wasn't forced to. And that's why biobanding is really starting to come to the fore, because people typically think about it purely for the late maturer, of like, okay, we're going to decrease the physical challenge to allow him to express himself and be involved in the game and make decisions. But it's also for the early maturer, because if this guy's cruising, he's not developing. if he's beating everyone to the ball, smashing the ball, it's actually to his detriment long term because he's not going to develop as a player. And this is really interesting because you see a lot of countries now are very forward thinking. So like Belgium, for example, have been doing this over a decade. And you look at some of their best players, Kevin De Bruyne, Eden Hazard came through this program. So under 16s, they had 2 national teams, one that was the normal national team and one that they called the Futures, which was full of late maturers. So Kevin De Bruyne, Eden Hazard came through that team. They didn't come through the main one. So they almost went, yeah, we've got this team that we know is going to be good now, but this is the team that we're actually developing for the future. And yeah, you've seen a lot of those come through. Another one who's miles ahead of the game, I'm talking like 30 years ahead of the game, was Alex Ferguson. He was hiring a physio to do a PhD, and Mandy Johnson is her name, because kids kept getting growth-related injuries. So he hired someone to come in and study this in particular in the 90s, because he's like, something's happening here, and I want to know about it. And sure enough, they started developing it, and he's got loads of Paul Scholes is a classic example. He couldn't finish a game when he was 13, 14. His asthma was too bad. He'd play 30 minutes. But Ferguson was like, he's good. I want to keep him. I want to see what happens. Jesse Lingard is another one. He's too small. All these ones that other clubs would let them go, they hang on to them, and it came through in the end. But you see this all the time. A club will let someone go, and 12 months later, after they've had their growth spurt, they'll pop up somewhere else. And they're like, well, you had him 12 months ago. You let him go because he was too small.
Yeah, it's interesting. I come from a youth basketball background, and it's particularly in Australia, it's a really prevalent issue where obviously height's such a big advantage that you'll get selected over even with really bad skills. But if you're tall as a 12, 13, 14-year-old, you get segregated in the skills, and you get so defined in this really small basket of what a tall player should do that by the time everyone's caught up, you're so limited. And then vice versa as well. Like obviously when everyone else catches up, that their skills are very specialized way too early. But it's the result of like coaches at any league, especially, as you're trying to progress as a coach, you want to win. So you're going to play the players in the position that's most beneficial for you as a coach to win the competition, rather than where that player probably should be developing for their individual progression.
100%. And this is a really interesting bit. So I've done some consultancy for Sonic Bone Medical, which are the guys that developed the ultrasound device, which is as accurate as X-ray. So it's crazy because you get an instant result. You don't need a clinic or a consultant. And like sports, your physio can be trained to deliver it basically. So you get a result in 5 minutes. So it's opened up this whole raft of scouting, but also like positionally. So you think in soccer, for example, certain positions, if you're 5'9", you are not going to play centre back, not in a million years. You're not going to be a goalkeeper. But if you're 5'9" at 13, people are like, oh, he's going to be big, but he might finish growing. So you might choose this kid thinking you're getting this end product, but actually he's finished. And if you know that now, then you could say, oh, okay, we're going to change positions. He's good enough, but he's not going to be big enough. We're going to move him to right back or left back or central midfielder. But with a goalkeeper, you might be like, he's never going to be big enough. We're not going to pick him. So it's an interesting one because you see, and like it's huge in Europe. It's not taken off so much in the UK yet, but Barcelona have won. Most of the teams in the Bundesliga have won. Some Red Bull have won for every one of their clubs. Like scouting organizations now that are big in Africa have bought them to do it on their players. So people wanting to go, before we commit to this player, what are we getting 5 or 6 years down the line? What's his predicted adult height? Does that fit with his position, or do we start training him now for this new transition position? So instead of going, oh, we thought you were going to be 6 foot, you're only 5'8", you're too small for that position, and now we've got to somehow upskill you in this other position really fast. We can start doing it now, and we give you the best chance of success.
That's such a cool piece of technology to have, like essentially that window into the future. And do you think that by having better generalist training when they're younger, and then having this testing, that you could almost shuffle a player in, or like a youth athlete into a sport that they're probably going to be better at as a potential professional?
Yeah, 100%. And also like position. So like that little Italian kid that I showed you, he plays prop, right? His mum's tiny. His predicted height's like smaller than me. I'm like, dude, you're not going to be. I was like, you need to be a scrum half. I was like, you're Italian for one. You play scrum half, you'll play internationally, 100%. I was like, this is almost written. Like but he's adamant. No, I want to play prop. I was like, okay, we'll have this conversation again in a couple of years. But yeah, I think there's a huge, the other part that we didn't go into is like the onset of those growth-related injuries. They happen at a very particular point in time. They happen between 85 and 95% of your predicted adult height. So if we're doing these assessments on these kids, we can see, okay, we're just about to come into that. We need to back off in the training load a little bit, because we know, again, if you're in the middle of peak height velocity and you're growing at more than 7.2 centimeters per year, you're basically at a high risk of getting Osgood-Schlatters or Severs or hip apophysitis. So we can start to preempt these, and instead of dealing with the fallout, we can sort of navigate our way through it. So there's loads of stuff that's coming up.
It almost needs to come out of the like sports specific performance world and get into general schools where you're able to do that across the entire youth population, as in the training and then the testing to know that they're in that injury zone or they're in, they're not reaching their potential because the training's wrong, the sport's wrong, the coaching's wrong, or whatever it is.
How much are the machines, Rob?
About 15,000 euros.
Do you know about Australia? Are they getting used much in Australia yet? Do you know?
They're not used at all in Australia.
Yeah. So interesting. Talk to some of the NRL clubs. They're looking for those 14, 15, 16-year-olds. I'd say the Roosters would probably go down that path. Like it's not, it's still important. Like, if the guy's going to end up 5'10", and he's like, odds of playing in the middle, pretty low.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we're having discussions with a lot of MLB organizations at the moment. It's like Houston Astros, Cleveland Warriors, all this kind of stuff, which is really interesting because they don't scout players that young, but they are certainly looking at them and they're keeping very close tabs on them. And that's a major issue they have with it. So slight aside is that different populations mature differently. So typically their African kind of ethnicity they mature earlier than white European. So you get loads of Dominican Republic players coming in, going to be the next big thing. Doesn't happen. And it's because of this, actually biologically they're well advanced, but it's not realized. So they're hugely invested in trying to solve that problem at the moment.
Yeah. This is good. So who's leading the conversation around that?
In terms of the research, so Professor Sean Cumming is the number one guy. And he's based out of Bath University. He consults for like the Premier League, USA Soccer, Lawn Tennis Association, FIFA, in fact. And then in terms of the technology, Sonic Biomedical, which is an Israeli company, but Sean has been involved in a lot of the validation studies. It's been validated against every major maturation measure out there. So maturation measures are split into two categories, really. So one category is indirect. So you'll have some sort of a prediction equation, which will typically take your date of birth, your height and weight. In one version, your seated height. In another version, your biological parent's height as well. And you'll get, in one, you'll get an offset from peak height velocity. It's called the Merwald method. It's not really worth the paper it's written on. It's about 40% inaccurate, so you might as well ditch it. The Kamisaroshi is a lot more accurate. And then on the other side of things, you've only really got three options. You've got X-ray, MRI, and ultrasound. Obviously, X-ray and MRI pretty problematic in terms of the cost and the expertise required and portability. Whereas if you've got multiple training sites and you've got an ultrasound machine that fits in a carry-on luggage, you can go wherever you want and scan kids and get an answer in 5 minutes.
Very cool. Yeah, there's definitely something with this, Rob. It's exciting to see you rolling out as a training program, and there's tons of potential.
Yeah, well, I kind of finally got my butt into gear after our conversation, and suddenly I've gone kind of light speed with it. So I'm almost at the point where I'm going to do a bit of a minimal viable product of like the first 3 months, the first 3 tiers to see if there's desire for it. So I've been doing kind of all the landing pages and funnels the last couple of weeks trying to get that all set up. But I think there is. I've had requests for it previously, so I think there is, and there's definitely a need for it. The number of times I see people and I'm just pulling my hair out in terms of what they're doing.
Qualifying coaches in it as well, as it's a proven formula with that. Having the ATG for coaches or like just through real movement, he got all you guys on board with. Ben Patrick had so many people on board with his system that it's high credibility. If I was you, I would be looking to get 100 coaches, 200 coaches certified in your method. Like who's the international certification for youth athlete training?
There isn't really one. There's one in America, but it's pretty basic. I think I just look at it differently from where other people are looking at it.
It's a massive blue ocean.
Yeah.
Be good to discuss the general skill development stuff as well. My hypothesis is that we should ditch the strength training, even tag strength and conditioning, just call it athletic.
100%. I have so when I talk to parents, I don't even use strength conditioning, because it's got, as soon as you say strength, someone thinks bodybuilder, someone thinks powerlifter, someone thinks it's got too much baggage. Whereas athletic development, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, but skill is not being taken very seriously. Like Ido Portal is onto something with what he was saying. Like, Charles, you've got something great with this bodybuilding system of yours, but there's something else that you're not including here. And that message hasn't been heeded yet, because Ido didn't give a shit to try and, he just did what he did and plays his games, and he hasn't wanted to really go deeper with it, or he's on his mission.
I think a big turning point for me, like I came out of uni probably like most S&C coaches and thought like strength and conditioning was the be all and end all, and we were the most influential in performance, and we're the most important person in the room. And I kind of started to realize, actually, the number one thing I can give you as an athlete is more time on task. Like, if you've got the best bench press in the world, the best squat in the world, but you're sitting on the sideline in a boot because you're injured, you're not getting better at rugby. And I realized actually everything was about you being healthy and as much time on task as possible under the guise of coaches. And second to that is, can we make you fitter, faster, stronger, more powerful? Because I'd sit in selection meetings about contracts for players, and I'd very rarely hear them say, oh, this guy's a terrible rugby player, but he's a fantastic athlete, let's give him a contract. Didn't happen. They go, great athlete, but he doesn't understand rugby. Okay, well, next. And I started to realize, okay, maybe this isn't as important as I think it is. And it comes back to that skill element. Massive.
Coming from a rugby family, it was naturally a thing when I was working with the French kids. It was like, I can get these kids as athletic as I want. They're never going to play because they can't catch a pass. They got no footwork. So I just naturally wanted to help them, and I designed all my stuff around making him able to do that stuff better. If a kid didn't play, if he was 18th man, it was a young French boy, he'd be catching 500 balls within his conditioning session, straight after the game. And I didn't do it as much like that with the Aussies. I did it a bit with the Roosters, and it was always, but I definitely built up their foundation of skill. I would do it more intensely now. I see the Panthers have, the team that's dominating at the moment in Australia. It's one of the guys who I presented with, like we lectured together. He's the strength coach. One of the others who was in Real Movement is the junior development guy. And like, they've also got a basketball ring in their gym. And like, you can see they can actually play. Like, there's a better way. It's still not being really brought forward. Every player who I've got 4-ball juggling has said they catch better. Like, it's not, it's logical, but I would go much further with it, and I think it would make a significantly bigger difference, because there's a very low training cost to it to do some dance, to do some kicking the soccer ball for rugby players. How much better would their balance get if you demand that of them? You have a minimum standard that they have to be able to hit in that, the same as they have your minimum standards in your strength stuff. Like, I think, it's, you look at soccer, like how good is skill development in soccer, and then look at how bad it is in other sports. Rugby.
One of the things that was really interesting, I thought that happened with me, is like, I come from soccer. The rules of soccer haven't really changed all that much, right? They're pretty much what they were. The rules of rugby are constantly changing. And I suddenly had this light bulb moment. If I'm preparing the players for the game as it looks today, I'm actually underserving them, because by the time they turn professional, it could be completely different. So actually what I need to do is create someone who's a good problem solver of physical problems, technical problems, tactical problems, skill problems. But a big element that I saw was missing, because when I came to Scottish Rugby, they had a real heavy emphasis on squat, bench, deadlift, chin. That was like that. So you had lots of guys who were very strong, but they weren't very athletic. Like, I had guys who couldn't do a forward roll, who footwork terrible. And I realized it's actually, like, taking kind of the principles from Jordan Peterson here, but applied it differently. Like, invasion sports is about chaos and order. Like, if I'm an attacking team, I'm trying to create as much chaos in your defense as possible to create an opportunity to score. If you're the defensive team, you're trying to create as much organization as possible. So we all know what we're doing. We know where we are. We're communicating effectively. We're blocking the threat. If you're predictable to play against because you cannot do anything out of the ordinary, it's incredibly easy for a defense to get organized and defend effectively. Whereas if you can do something that is unexpected because you can do a forward roll and get back onto your feet and keep running, you create chaos, and therefore you create scoring opportunities. And I just saw a lot of props that would just flop to the ground and present. And I'm like, you could have kept going. If you knew how to forward roll, you could have kept using that momentum, got back up and start blitzing through. And when you see that start to happen, people who can do that, you realize people don't know how to cope with that because they've not seen it before. Big athletic guys who can do this stuff, that's not, you're meant to just lie on the ground now. And he doesn't, he gets back up and keeps going. The people, it's unplayable, it's unpredictable. And that's what you want to be, is unpredictable.
You're muted, Keeks.
We need to have a go at it again, Rob. We're not going to solve it all here tonight, but we were getting somewhere good with real movement. And then, we had whatever we had. But Fred Masaru and Adam Innes gave some really good talks on the athletic development side of things, like what you're doing with youth. In some way, like we can do something really good by being open enough to have conversations about different systems. I'm a big fan of the Marinovic inspired Jay Schroeder stuff, that a lot of people can't look at. But then I'm also a fan of the Poliquin approach of get more mass and on them at all costs. And there are not many coaches that have that view. There's young guys now that you see, like there's 20-year-olds and 25-year-olds on Instagram that can do it all. They can juggle, they can do planche, and they're powerlifting, but they're not coaching the pro teams and they're not encouraging the athletes. So they're not getting the resilience out of the shoulders. Like if you can planche and you're 100 kilos, like something good happened. And there are kids like that. I was talking to a guy today. He just did a powerlifting competition. He's a freak. He can do back bridges, like really good back bridges. He can juggle. He can do handstands. And it's like, why don't we just train them like that until they're 15, 16 and see what happens?
100%. 100%. All the best athletes, like the best movers that I've trained, have all been ex-gymnasts.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that, right?
It's like you did breakdancing, didn't you? Or you dance at home, don't you? It's like, like they're better and they get paid more. But then we don't do that with them. And then we stop them almost doing that because they're too tired from all the shit that they have to do. And then they deteriorate over their professional career instead of continuing to develop what got them there.
100%.
With the Poliquin comment there, Keegs, about putting mass and just power on, does that make sense when you already have an athlete that's like the pinnacle of skill and you're trying to make them the best and that's the thing that they miss, versus a generic approach that's the best for like a suite or like an entire cohort of players where you're trying to bring the entire cohort up?
Yeah, there's not even a paradigm of, we've got structural balance as a paradigm, and we've got is he heavy enough as a paradigm, or is he fast enough as a paradigm, but there's no concept of like, okay, where does his training volume need to go? Like, okay, he's the most athletic kid in the group, but he's terrible at catching and he can't really dance. I worked with plenty of those players and we got nothing to offer them. And they're very athletic. Or, I kind of got a result with one. Damien Blanche, he was from the Panthers, he was at the Catalan Dragons, and I made him do footwork, because he had no footwork. He was just the fastest kid. And then he played juniors because he was just so fast. He was a strong winger. But then he got booted out of the Aussie system because he wasn't skillful enough. And then he landed in France, and I made him do footwork. And then eventually, after I think it was the second year, he started to occasionally get a little shimmy and he'd go through, but it was like, we just don't, there's no paradigm of what, like, altogether, where does the training volume of that guy need to go?
Mm.
But for some, like, putting more mass on him is often a win for, it's a key thing, but it's not everything.
It was really funny. Sorry, when I started at Scottish Rugby, we had like a flow chart. It probably came from Ashley Jones, to be fair, because he was at Edinburgh. But it was like, at the start, it was like, do they move well? Are they strong enough? Are they big enough? And it was like, are they strong enough? Can they squat double body weight? Are they explosive enough? Can they jump this? There was nothing for, do they move well? There was no like, can they do this? Or here's what you do if they don't move well. It was just an assumption. It was just a given. And I'm like, most of these kids don't move well. What then? You can't move on to step 2, 3, 4, 5 because this bit is broken.
It's like Charles said, just pick the elastic ones, because Charles wasn't into the Marinovic stuff, where Marinovic should be like probably better to take the ones with all the muscle mass. Like his pin-up boy was the massive Polynesian athlete. So you already came big. and then you work purely the elastic thing. But because everyone's having these info wars, is like there's something to all the functional pattern stuff and the go-to stuff and that as well, of like, just this guy's done way too much bodybuilding and he just can't coordinate himself. Whichever way you get that back, whether it's with Edo type stuff. Brian Michelson gave a talk about it this morning, and Ben Watson gave one this afternoon. Brian's really passionate about this stuff, and he's done some really good research around like there's a better way to run and to move. And he had horrific injuries, so he and he was into CrossFit, so he's really against all the traditional stuff now because he had to do a bunch of other stuff to get himself moving well again. But yeah, again, like that's not in the arsenal of a coach. It wasn't in mine. A lot of this, all this stuff, like half of this stuff I didn't have in 2013, 14. But yeah, the fun is what's the
100%.
next.
Yeah, like it's one of the biggest issues that I'm realizing now looking back is I think at uni I had one lecture on youth athletes, and we didn't do anything really in terms of calisthenics, gymnastics, bodyweight. Like everything was so biased to powerlifting, bodybuilding, weightlifting. And I think one of the big issues with strength and conditioning, as you want to call it that, is we never drift too far from our roots. Yeah. And how different would it look if we were, instead of being born out of the iron sports, we were born out of gymnastics? How would it look different? Yeah. I think it would be night and day.
So circus is better than all of it. Circus, you have to be good at a bunch of stuff. They do strongman acts, they crazy feats of strength, and they're also very skilled. They have the gymnastic side, they have the catching coordination. There's a reason circus performers live from their physical capacity to travel the world. It's the ultimate 4-hour work week lifestyle, that remote work, geographical freedom. That's circus.
They do specialize a lot though in circus. Like the guy that I've been training with, he's done his degree in circus.
General as well.
He was saying that at school you do like your first year general, like at university for any degree, and then he went into hand balancing. The jugglers went over there, and then the trapeze went over there, and then they just specialize in that thing, because if you're going to perform, every night, twice a night, and you can't fail.
I'm half joking saying the circus thing, but like the strength thing. When someone joggles or whatever, it's considered like, this is the play part of the workout, or this is the warm up, or like you almost have to make an excuse for it. And it's like, no, you don't catch that well. Like something wrong with your hands and your brain connection, and we need to do something about it. It's a big issue for a lot of players. Like some, it's not. The guy, there was a player who could 4-ball juggle like pretty fast, and he could do like throw a 3 up in the air, 360 spin, and then catch him and keep juggling prop. And he went a full season without dropping a ball, and he's like, it was a thing because like no one really ever does that, and he was the one who he did that before the juggling stuff. It was like, well, what if the other guys could all do what he could do with these little balls? Maybe they might be a bit more like him when it comes to it. The fun is in the mysteries of these things and exploring what's next. So this is it's a good thing. We need to form a closer alliance and put some stuff in front of some more athletes and coaches as well. Stephen Cox is a coach here wanting to go further with it, and we've got plenty of coaches' attention if we can make a logical hypothesis and organize things. What Ben did was make it really, really simple to start, and it's a clear hypothesis that he's stuck with. I need to get things a bit more systemized on my side, but I can definitely help you to have the most used athletic development program for youth athletes. And I'd love to have 10,000 coaches certified in your method. I think the other stuff will be fine if that happens. Think about how many PTs there are, and it's a good emerging market. You could probably do the same thing at the other end, Rob, as well. Like elderly, use the same system in reverse. That's the market that hasn't really been, and they've got all the money and all the time, and they don't realize they could get their brains and their bodies back if they did something each day. But I don't see anyone really having a go at it.
It's funny, I've actually thought that as well, because I'm actually like, this is just about teaching beginners, and like it's not about age. And actually, it's just progression regression system. The age of the person is almost irrelevant.
Yeah. But the middle ones would probably be the hardest ones to sell it to, where the top and bottom, no one's talking about. But I think there is a big commercial market for it. The personal training market's flooded, but if you're the local go-to athletic development for youth person in your city, like I do think there's a big commercial opportunity with that. If they've got a $500 or $1,000 bolt-on that they can do, that gives them another business, and then we can advertise that. Like we've proven that model. You've got a system, so what's the barrier?
Yeah, no, it's true. That's actually where my thoughts been going as well, is around the like certification side of things and getting other people, because it's been something that I've done in spurts in terms of workshops and stuff like that for coaches, but it's just taking that, formalizing it, sticking it online. Where you go.
Just network effect of having your first 100 guys, so you can put on the website, these are the ones, and then everyone else looks at it and goes, well, there's a tipping point with all that stuff that it becomes FRC or what, like these things, they just get to a tipping point. CrossFit level 1, people just do them for the fun of it.
Yeah.
All right. Outstanding conversation. We could talk all night. I appreciate you, Rob.
Not a problem.
Did you want to, I should open up there, Stephen and Jose, you're listening in and checking it out. Do you have anything you want to add there on the way out? Have you?
I'm good. But yeah, the Irish dancer, I've had many youth come to me more because they didn't strength train and then they're injured. So it's like a rehab aspect. And then the other aspect is when they come to you at like 15 and they've already specialized, doing ATG work to actually rehab the imbalances that they've had from over specialization, versus the aspect of it'd be better if they just did like all the different sports so they didn't have these imbalances, but now they're at the spot that they have the imbalances. They're good athletes, but the ATG stuff that works to create structural balance is what brings them to a higher level at where they're at. It's just my take on it from what I've done.
Yeah, there's a huge push, S&C and dance at the moment. So I know 2 guys who are both PhDs working in the Royal Ballet, one in London, one in Birmingham, specifically working with ballerinas. And they have crazy setups of like force plates and all sorts of stuff. Like there's a big push over here for strength and conditioning in dancers.
I wonder if Shane's, you remember Shane, the ballet strength coach from Real Movement?
I do.
I chat with him. He's got like 50,000 followers. He's doing a good thing with ballet strength training online. You should connect with him as well, Stephen. He's a nice guy. Maybe you can connect him up with those the crew there if you know him. I can link you up. But yeah, he's a nice guy. He's doing good stuff. He's American, living in Australia. I think Garrett, did you want to share anything there, or are you just showing us you're wearing the uniform? Checking out. All right, that's 4-day workshop. It was pretty cool. It was about 25 hours, 30 hours or something of high quality information across all sorts. It's like it doesn't all go in. Like it doesn't all go in a way that you can get it back out, but it all goes in, and it's in the subconscious. It's working away. You got this bigger frame of reference of everything. So appreciate everyone who presented, and it was a good turnout as well. It's always fun having a bit of energy on the calls. We'll finish with a quiet little group here, but yeah, I think we should do this each month, maybe like one day each month, and have like a proper build up for it, line up, preview them, and then I think that's like a good product in itself. And I need to make a nice incentive for the guys who present. But you would do this every 3, 4, 5 months, something like that, Rob. And each time you kind of a new topic or a progression on your system. Some guys present what worked in their business, what they've implemented as a strategy or a client result that's working really well, like case study type thing. Super practical, inspiring, and it builds all the network as well. You should drop your Calendly in as well if you can, Rob. You should.
Yeah, let me think about how I can do that one here.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you want to add anything there, Garrett? You're jumping in. You're good. Sweet. All right. Thank you.
Sweet. Thanks, Keegan. Appreciate it.
Champions.
Thank you.